and happy independence.
Good morning, Senators. We will continue with our adoption of minutes of the 3rd, the 6th, and the 8th of July.
Madam President, there are two sets of minutes.
Three.
This is for the morning session of the 3rd of July, and the second is the full minutes going up to the 8th of July. So, Madam President, I beg leave to move for the adoption of the minutes of the 3rd of July 2020, which ended when we adjourned the Senate sine die for the 3 o'clock session. If I may obtain a second.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded that the minutes presented be accepted unless there are corrections, additions, deletions. All those in, yes, sir.
Sorry. I noticed when I was reading the minutes, the electronic form, and here, Madam President, forgive me. There is a reference, some point, it says C for letter C appendix.
No, that would be in the second minutes coming up. So,
okay.
Okay, so you.
Right, yeah, that was the one. I thought it was all continuous.
It has been moved and seconded that the minutes as presented be accepted. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The minutes will be accepted as presented. Motion for leave.
There you go.
second set of minutes, Madam President.
Oh,
The second
wanna do separately. Okay.
Yes. Madam President, I now beg leave to move for the adoption of the minutes of Friday afternoon, 3rd of July, which meeting continued on Monday, the 6th of July, and on Wednesday afternoon, the 8th of July, ending on an adjournment. If I may obtain a second.
Madam President, I rise second.
It has been moved and seconded. Moved and seconded that the minutes of the 6th and the 8th, those are the ones you're talking about, right?
Yes,
The 3rd, the 6th, and the 8th.
Be accepted.
Okay. Be accepted as presented. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was saying the appendix.
Yeah.
Appendix. So is the letter attached to this?
I didn't prepare the minutes, so I'm sure that they can get it for you. Maybe the letter, your letter from yesterday.
It says C for letter C appendix.
Appendix would be the votes in the Senate. Well, the votes will have to be just like it is, and then you're looking for anything documents or documents in the appendix.
Okay.
Right. Okay, so they form part of the public because I think the access, the minutes are actually the record. Right? Yeah. So that's why.
Well, for the avoidance of doubt, just in this instance, would the clerk undertake to attach a copy of the letter to the official minutes? No. Okay, just attach a copy. Thank you. This has been carried.
So we're satisfied that the minutes as presented can be accepted.
Yeah, Madam President, I wondered whether I should actually wait till the communications by senators to do this, but there's several points which arose yesterday, which I've investigated overnight, to which I wish to respond.
Okay, why don't we wait until that point then?
Communications by
Yes.
senators. Okay. Right.
We did. Motion for leave of absence, leave to resign, swearing in of new senators, communications by President, messages from the Governor General, Messages from the House of Assembly.
Message from the House of Assembly.
Bahamas, number 53. Message to the Honorable the President and the Honorable Members of the Senate from the Speaker and representatives of the Honorable House of Assembly. The House of Assembly acquaints the Honorable the Senate that they have passed the following bills and desire the consent of that Honorable Chamber, namely, a bill for an act to repeal the Central Bank of the Bahamas Act, Chapter 351, to consolidate and modernize the law governing the Central Bank of the Bahamas and for connected matters. A bill for an act to repeal the Banks and Trust Companies Regulation Act and to consolidate and modernize the law regulating banks and trust companies within the Bahamas and for connected matters. A bill for an act to amend the Protection of Depositors Act to streamline the role and functions of the deposit insurance corporations, to provide for enhanced protections for depositors and for connected purposes thereto. A bill for an act to reform the law as it relates to death by reckless or dangerous driving and to establish the offenses of vehicular manslaughter by reckless driving, dangerous driving, and by careless driving while under the influence of drugs or alcohol, and by driving while committing the offense of driving while unlicensed, disqualified, or uninsured, and by driving with unbelted children or other persons as passengers, to provide for higher penalties for these road death offenses and for connected purposes. House of Assembly, Nassau, 6 July 2020. House and Retreat Speaker.
May the documents be brought up. Documents will lie on the table. Laying of documents by ministers. No. Communications by ministers. Communications by senators. The chair recognizes Senator Mitchell.
Yesterday, thank you, Madam President. Yesterday, Senator Bethel, when he was speaking, indicated that some investigation was supposed to be carried out into something that he had discovered about some boxes and documents. I later learned that this matter turned out to be a storm in a teacup, and that he indicated that he was satisfied, I believe, via the press, that there was no ill intent which arose out of whatever transpired. I wondered if he would take the opportunity to correct that for the record in this place.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
For the record, yes, there was a journalist there, and once I got the facts, what happened is that I'd asked the clerks who were present and the chief clerk, and it was only later that the chief clerk said, no, it was the deputy clerk who I had not asked, but she wasn't there when I saw the situation. And I immediately corrected any impression in the journalist who was present, called him and said, no, there's nothing untoward. There was, however, an article in one of the papers today referencing it. So it was my intention when I spoke to clarify that. So I'm happy to do it so now, that there was nothing untoward. The explanation is that the deputy clerk was, in essence, preparing some very old documents to be taken away. And it was in that state that we met him. Unfortunately, it was a little bit messy, and so it provoked suspicion. Thank you.
Yes, I appreciate that, because I wouldn't want any unfortunate aspersions to be cast on either the staff or any member in this place. Secondly, Madam President, I'm not sure what your determination was about the Attorney General indicated that he wanted to withdraw a document yesterday, and I indicated that it was my view that you required the unanimous consent of the Senate. I'm advised that once a document, and so I just want to put our side's position on this. I said out of consistency is what I got up because he had asked for the unanimous consent before. But I am advised that the better position is that once a document is laid on the table of the Senate, it becomes a document of the Senate. Therefore, the Senate has to give its permission for the document to be withdrawn. I believe that is the correct position. So I wish to make the statement as that is our position as well.
So that you are saying that your side is prepared for that document to be withdrawn?
No, Madam President, the Attorney General asked to withdraw the document, and I indicated that you needed the unanimous consent to do so. And I'm not sure what your determination was or whether the request still exists or is still alive. But I wanted to say what I understand on advice should be the position, which is that when a document is laid on the table, it becomes the property, if you will, of the Senate. And therefore, the Senate, as a body, in its unanimous consent, has to agree to the withdrawal of the document.
I'm still unsure as to whether I understand, Justice. I understand your question about the law and what is correct. However, I was under. I thought that we had withdrawn the second document, and I am hearing that your consent, in order for the entire Senate to do that, the consent of your side is that you did not concede for it to be withdrawn?
No, I did not. I did not.
Okay.
I did not concede.
Okay. Okay.
Madam President, the rules of the Senate states which matters require unanimous consent. And it is not a matter that requires unanimous consent. Okay, the document was laid, remember, out of an abundance of caution and against my own consistent assertion that the document had been properly tabled on Friday, but out of caution, I tabled it. It is a nullity. The document is a nullity because the document in question was properly tabled on Friday. And I have therefore asked, Madam President, and you have already ruled that the document be withdrawn from the record of the Senate. Thank you. And if we may continue.
I raised the matter to put the position of this side with regard to the document. The last point, Madam President, I wish to raise is this. During your statement to the Senate in response to the request for the matter of urgent public importance, there was some misunderstanding, I'll put it no higher than that, about the manner in which the chair had been addressed with this matter. I went back and did two things. I went to check what my records show about what was sent, and I went to look at the document that had been presented to you as the notice. Now, what I understand is that the clerk, once he received the notice which was sent at 8:57 a.m., and so therefore before, the 1 hour before, brought the notice to your attention. But he brought it to your attention, which is what is the responsibility of the clerk, in a fashion which was downloaded from Google, which is truncated. So you would not see the entirety of the message. But the point is not the entirety of the message. The point is whether or not the senator's notice was brought to your attention. So the second notice was also sent later that day. That was sent at 2:46 p.m. for the session, which would have come on the Monday. So it's several hours again before and the whole, again, when I look back at the entire notice, I used the email addresses. We are contacted by the Senate through the clerk's office using various email addresses. I used email addresses that were used by the Senate to send the message. So in the same way I am contacted and summoned to the Senate, I send it back in the same manner. So I would not like it to be said or the impression left that I committed some act of disrespect to your office. I'm satisfied that I followed, insofar as the practice is concerned, what was the right way, I'll put that in inverted commas, to approach the matter. And so I wanted to say that again is from my side what transpired. And I don't think there was any ill intent, certainly on my part, and certainly not on the part of the clerk from what I can see.
Thank you. Yeah, I will. Answers to questions, presentations of petitions, appointment of select committees, reports of committees, first reading of bills,
None.
second reading and committal of bills, committee of the whole Senate, third reading and passing of bills, consideration of House amendments,
None.
resolutions.
Madam President, I beg leave to move the following resolution. Whereas pursuant to Article 229(1) of the Constitution, the Governor General may make a proclamation of emergency declaring a state of public emergency for the purposes of that article exists in the Bahamas. And whereas the World Health Organization declared a global pandemic of COVID-19, which seriously threatens the public health of the Bahamas. And whereas on the 17th day of March 2020, a proclamation of emergency was made by the Governor General, declaring that a state of public emergency existed in the Bahamas. And whereas the proclamation made on the 17th day of March 2020 expired on the 29th of June 2020. And whereas the COVID-19 pandemic has resulted in a proliferation of cases around the world and in the Bahamas, where there are still active cases, and which mandated the continuance of the state of public emergency. And whereas pursuant to Article 29(1) of the Constitution, made, or such longer period as may be approved under paragraph 5 of Article 29 of the Constitution. And whereas Article 29(5) of the Constitution provides for the continuance and force of a proclamation, if at any time while the proclamation is in force, a resolution is passed by each House of Parliament approving its continuance in force for a further period, not exceeding 6 months, beginning on the date when it would otherwise expire, the proclamation shall, if not sooner revoked, continue in force for that further period. Thank you, Mr. Clark. And whereas pursuant to Section 3 of the Emergency Powers Act, Chapter 34, here and after the Act, the Governor General made the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Regulations 2020 on the 29th day of June 2020. And whereas Section 3 of the Act provides that emergency regulations may empower such authorities or persons as may be specified in the regulations to make orders and rules for any of the purposes for which such regulations are authorized by the Act to be made, and may contain such incidental and supplementary provisions as appear to the Governor General to be necessary or expedient for the purposes of the regulations. And whereas the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Regulations 2020 empower the competent authority to make such orders. And whereas the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Order 2020 was made by the competent authority on the 30th of June 2020. And whereas the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Special Provisions Order 2020 was made by the competent authority on the 30th day of June 2020. And whereas having regard to the continued proliferation of confirmed cases in neighboring jurisdictions and active cases in the Bahamas, and whereas due to economic necessity, the Bahamas has reopened the national economy, including the entry of visitors coming in from places in which there may be extensive community spread of COVID-19, which poses great risk to the public health of the Bahamas. And whereas the state of public emergency in the Bahamas continues, and whereas it continues to be necessary and expedient for securing the public safety, the defense of the Bahamas, the maintenance of public order, the suppression of mutiny, rebellion, and riot, and for maintaining supplies and services essential to the life and well-being of the community, to continue in force the proclamation of emergency powers. Of the proclamation, the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Regulations 2020, the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Order 2020, and the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Special Provisions Order 2020. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this House, 1A, approves the continuance of the proclamation made on the 29th day of June 2020 until the 31st day of July 2020. B, affirms the continuance in effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Regulations 2020 made on the 29th day of June 2020 until the 31st day of July 2020. C, affirms the continuance in effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Order 2020 made on the 30th day of June 2020 until the 31st day of July 2020. Affirms the continuance in effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Special Provisions Order 2020 made on the 30th day of June 2020 until the 31st of July 2020. It's already activated. It's already made. It's already made.
Okay.
Would you hold on? Yeah, so put it in the
Yes, not on.
Madam President, I rise, as I said, to oppose the adoption of that resolution. Madam President, the resolution is necessary to extend the proclamation of emergency and regulations made by the Governor General on the 29th of June and the orders made by the competent authority on the 30th of June 2020. Madam President, this is a difficult matter because plainly many people are simply tired of the emergency orders. Many people feel that because the COVID coronavirus seems to have been contained because of the quick actions of the competent authority, the Most Honorable Prime Minister, and the fact because of those actions, there has been very low levels of community spread. And for that, I thank the Most Honorable Prime Minister. And I thank the medical health professionals and the COVID-19 task force for the excellent job that they have done in contact tracing, quarantine, isolation, and helping to contain community spread. I thank our medical professionals in the hospitals and the clinics who have rendered such wonderful treatment that as of yesterday, there were no hospitalized cases for at least a month, three weeks or so. And we had clearly reached a point where, yes, there was good containment. But just because you contain something doesn't mean you have eliminated it. In the other, as we saw yesterday in the speech of the Most Honorable Prime Minister, the competent authority, all of a sudden there are two cases. One is travel related, and an unrelated second case, which may indicate, it seems, the persistence of some kind of community spread, albeit limited. It's what they call, I don't know what it is, must be teething problems. We're off teething. There's no television. But anyway, we will press on regardless, as my mummy always used to say to me as a young man, as a little boy. Press on regardless. What I think the revelation of the Most Honorable Prime Minister did is, I think it would send a shockwave through right-thinking Bahamians. And it illustrates the point very clearly. There are two great dangers that persist, as I will speak to. Now, in the other place, the case was made that if the government says that it has arrested community spread, which we had, why do we need to make? Well, we had until one case in Freeport, which is not travel related. So that could only indicate some degree of remaining community spread. But in our minds, we had effectively arrested community spread. So the question was asked, well, if you've arrested communities, if you say you've arrested community spread, why do you need to maintain the emergency orders? But the answer is simple. It's really simple, you know. Just because you arrest a suspected felon or criminal doesn't mean that you killed him. Just because you've arrested the spread of a virus doesn't mean that you have eliminated it. The fact is, the COVID virus apparently is still here in some form or fashion, whether travel related by persons who travel unlawfully to the country at this point. But putting aside the latest changes that allow for travel, obviously in one case that is non-travel related, it's still here. It remains a grave threat. One person in a church service in South Korea infected over 300 people, causing their cases, their very first surge. One person going to a number of nightclubs in South Korea after they'd begun to reopen, infected hundreds more. And so the simple fact is that the COVID-19 emergency and pandemic still persists, and the threat of the virus remains very real. The threat now, though, is exponentially increased because of the urgent need to reopen our economy. Our economy is tourism-based. At the end of it, if we don't have the tourists, we don't have foreign exchange, we will not have foreign reserves, and that could be a very perilous situation for a country like the Bahamas that has limited natural resources and certainly imports upwards of 80% of all of its needs. So we had to. The country, and in fact, the business sector has been demanding it. Workers have been demanding it. The very nature of our economy demands it. And so it is absolutely necessary that we do so, but we have to do so knowing that it can be a perilous exercise, as has happened, as we see there have been spikes in some of our neighboring Caribbean countries after they have opened a little faster than we did. Most of our tourists, however, come from the United States, upwards, I believe, of 80%. Most of those American tourists come from a COVID-19 hotspot, the state of Florida. Additionally, Bahamians are now allowed to travel to the United States for periods of up to 72 hours without the need to take a COVID-19 test, PCR test before returning, and just to return, and without going into quarantine. Or, huh? I said, after they return, they have to go into quarantine. Yeah. Okay, for 14 days, or to get a COVID test. Okay. So after 40 days, but that still poses great difficulties because you have to wait 4 days for your COVID test. And even if you are in self-imposed quarantine at home, you have family around you. And they are not necessarily in the same condition. So these two economic and social realities pose new threats to the public health system and public health, which was not present when the first proclamation was made. We will close down. The first proclamation was to shut us all down, to eliminate community spread. The second proclamation is made, and it's made at a time when the decision has been made by the executive and the people of the Bahamas and the business sector, but directly made by the competent authority, that we had to move through 5 stages of reopening. And so as we reopen, we invite greater danger. That is the reality. Now, let me say this, that nobody in this government enjoys the onerous and heartbreaking at times duties of taking these hard decisions. But they are decisions necessary to protect the Bahamian people from the virus. And yes, unfortunately, in far too many cases, to protect people from themselves. But these are decisions that have to be made. In the other place, the opposition stated that there are other laws that could be used in place of the emergency order. In particular, reference is made to the Health Services Act and the Quarantine Act. The great difficulties is that these laws give health officials the right to make quarantine and isolation orders in individual cases. Quarantine zones can be declared, such as Athol Island, in the days when there were epidemics of diseases like cholera. If a boat came in showing a yellow flag on which it was found that it was made to dock at Athol Island, and you either stayed on the boat or you went off, but the yellow flag had to be flown. But the great difficulty is neither of these acts give power to make orders which apply to the general population. They are acts designed specifically to deal with the infected. Additionally, we now have a constitution, which we didn't have way back then when they were passed, which guarantees individual rights. No law passed by Parliament can take away any constitutionally guaranteed rights. They say in the interest of public safety, public health, whatever, but these things would be very, very, very guardedly enforced. And so there can be no general orders that cannot be guaranteed by an exception to a clause in the Constitution. The proclamations are not about exercising power for the sake of power. They are about protecting our people from themselves and protecting our country. The first proclamation was about protecting our people and our country by shutting everything down. The second proclamation is geared and recognizes the fact that we are opening and reopening the economy. And it recognizes specifically the dangers associated with that reopening. And in a sense, it captures a reality not captured by the first proclamation, because the first proclamation was about closing everything down, locking down, isolation, economic, basically cancellation of economic activity to get this thing under control. So, Madam President, as we cautiously begin the difficult and perilous task of reopening our borders and our tourism-based economy, I can only say that the task is difficult and fraught with great danger. The need remains to have the ability to restrain some rights that we are accustomed to enjoy, but only for the purpose of securing the health and well-being of the Bahamian people. If we look at what is going on in the state of Florida, Arizona, California, at least 20 to 25 of the states of the United States, and see that rates of infection are rising, that community spread is a very real danger and difficulty, and that, when community spread becomes so bad that you can hardly go anywhere and touch anything without some of this virus getting on your clothing even. That's the great danger. And then, as we see now, as of today, Florida's hospitals are reaching the point, and have reached the point in many of the hospitals, not all, but they are reaching the point of collapse. They have reached the point where the part of the Emergency Proclamation Act, the Emergency Powers Act, speaks specifically to the maintenance of health and supplies necessary for the health and welfare of the Bahamian people, of the people. And yet we see in states like Florida and in other states that they are reaching the point of no return. And what is that point? And what does that point mean? It means that when you come in, as they did in Italy, I think as the Prime Minister spoke about, you're a certain age, go outside and sit on the lawn or go home. We cannot help you. And the age limit kept dropping. So in 1 year, someone like me would be turning 60, would be one day say, go home or sit on the front lawn, ain't nothing we can do to help you. And that is where we are. That is not where we are. That is where our major trading partner is. And so it is clear and clearly in the best interest of the people that we continue to be disciplined as a people. I spoke to the young people already, and I urged them to recognize what the record is showing, that even young people are dying from this. For a moment of joy and frolicking at a beach party or a pool party, is it really worth it? And as the Prime Minister spoke about in the other place yesterday, the long-term damage caused to major organs is still not fully known, but it is known that it damages organs. And in fact, on CNN this morning, it was reported that there is some confirmation that it now actually, once it's in the bloodstream, can attack the brain, which is strange because I think I've heard, I'm not a doctor, that there's something called the brain-blood barrier that usually prevents harmful microbes or pathogens getting from the bloodstream into the brain. Any doctor could talk about it. It's something that I've heard. I'm not a doctor, nor best to be. But according to the CNN Store article, there is now evidence that is being submitted. It came from Britain, and it is in a scientific, peer-tested review paper that shows that this virus is able to cause inflammation of the brain and other damage to the brain. So the numbers of organs that are being affected by this virus continue, see, it's novel, it's new, continue to expand over time as more and more evidence flows in. It apparently attacks the actual vein, the veins, the blood circulation system as well. I think the Prime Minister spoke to that in terms of the bone marrow. And so, Madam President, I so move. And I pray that God, in His infinite mercy, will continue to bless and protect the Bahamian people. I so move.
Please, is that right?
Second.
Is there a second? Okay. Chair recognizes Senator Enfield.
Good morning, Madam President, honorable senators, fellow Bahamians. I rise to second the motion, Madam President, to approve the continuance of the proclamation made on the 29th day of June 2020, and to affirm continuance in effect of the emergency powers, regulations, and orders. And I would associate myself, Madam President, with the words from the leader of the government business in the Senate before me. But in my own words, I'll go further to say that I'm glad and proud to second the motion this morning, because I am satisfied that there is a proliferation of the COVID-19 cases worldwide. Up to half an hour ago when I checked, there were some 3.1 million cases in the US. Up to yesterday, there were 8 new cases in Jamaica, 4 new cases in Cuba, over 1,000 plus cases in the Dominican Republic, and 6 in the Turks and Caicos. I stand to second the motion, Madam President, because I am satisfied that the leader of the government business here in the Senate correctly oversaw the constitutional tabling of the proclamation of emergency powers regulations empowering the competent authority as well. I stand to second, Madam President, because I am satisfied that due to the economic necessity, the Bahamas, like many of our neighbors, our Caribbean brothers and sisters, have had to open our borders to visitors, many of whom will travel to our countries from jurisdictions with an alarming COVID-19 pandemic still surging. But out of economic necessity, we've had to open our doors. I do so again, Madam President, because I am satisfied that in light of the aforesaid, there continues to be a necessity for proactive measures to continue to keep our people safe, maintain public order, maintain supplies and services essential for the well-being of our people and our nation at large. Madam President, before I delve further into my contribution, permit me to say that the past 2 weeks are not a period that I am proud of. As recent as this morning, the papers again carry what appears to many in the public as a spectacle here in the Senate. I have never been a fan, Madam President, of gotcha moments, attempts to belittle another, humiliate another, or kick anyone when they're down. And perhaps it's because of who I am, how I was raised, or my personal experiences. I am one of the younger parliamentarians here, Madam President, humbled to be sitting in the 2017 to 2022 Parliament with a couple of my mentors and role models who have either been raised in politics or well-read in the art of war and politics. I am but a child to many, but may I just say, Madam President, that I believe that if you can't help, you don't hurt. That if you know the way, you show the way. That you pull someone aside and offer wise counsel. That you never look good trying to make someone else look bad. That's how I was raised. Madam President, that's the kind of leadership this country, our people, and our society need more than ever. Especially amid a health and economic crisis that does not discriminate based on one's politics. Like I've said before to Senator Sweeting, our people don't care how well you rip someone a new one when you come here. Their concern is, are we looking out for them, their safety, their finances, and their quality of life? And then begs the question, Madam President, what is the purpose of national debates? What is the purpose of national debates? When I was younger, Madam President, my mother worked in the Churchill building across the street. At the time, the Treasury, where she worked, sat in the same building as the Cabinet, which still sits today. On any given week, the children in that building would run up and down, playing throughout the building, every floor, outside, etc. And I remember one day my grandfather's cousin was walking with some of his colleagues, and he said to them, to my recollection, that the purpose of our debates on these national issues isn't to see which of us wins, but to progress our country. As a young boy, I remembered that, and that stuck with me. I became an attorney, and even in my practice, I don't believe that in litigation, my agenda is to humiliate the other side. My grandfather referred to his cousin as LO. I referred to him as Mr. Prime Minister. I say that and share that today, Madam President, because I believe today is a good time to remind ourselves of the purpose of national debates. The purpose of national debates is not to leave any of these honorable houses or Senate feeling that you defeated the other side, but that you in your own way brought our people together and contributed to the progress of this nation or whichever bill, resolution, or motion is on the table. Madam President, COVID-19 is still a threat to our lives and our livelihood. That is the reality of our people. COVID-19 is still a threat to our lives and livelihoods. None of us in this place lives in a bubble, Madam President. I never question any member's love for this country or our people. Every single member in here, as I've said before, has demonstrated their love for our people and our country. We may disagree on policies and political strategies, but we do not disagree on saving Bahamian lives and Bahamian businesses. I shared with Senator Darius earlier a quote I read this morning from John Maxwell. You've got to love your people more than your position. You've got to love your people more than your position. Many of our neighbors, Madam President, are seeing spikes of COVID-19 infections and deaths in their jurisdictions. We are now aware, as of yesterday, that the Bahamas now has 2 new cases of the coronavirus in just 1 week of us reopening our borders. The coronavirus has resurfaced. That is cause for a state of emergency. And the reality is, Madam President, that many of our people depend on tourism to have a business, to have a source of income, to put food on their tables, to pay their rent, and to pay their mortgages. A few days ago, I shared on my public page that having a source of income during this pandemic is a blessing. Please know, colleagues, that thousands of Bahamians do not have a source of income at this time. Bahamians, Madam President, are not a people looking to live off the charity of others or the assistance of social services. We are a people with pride and an appreciation for an honest day's work. But the reality is, as the leader of government business in the Senate has alluded to earlier, people want to get back to work because of that pride and that appreciation for an honest day's work. But the reality, Madam President, is that we must be wise and exercise extreme caution as we walk into this era of uncertainty with an enemy we cannot see lurking in our communities, in our hotels, in our airports, in our schools, in our churches, in our grocery stores. Madam President, if we stay closed, we run the risk of many of our people having to starve and can't provide for their families. Some authority is needed if we are to open in the midst of this pandemic, Madam President. If we open fully without a regulatory or competent authority, we are likely to expose our hotel workers, our taxi drivers, our jet ski operators, our store clerks, our family islanders, our children, and our senior citizens to infection and or death. But Madam President, if we continue the state of public emergency, we can enforce certain public health safety measures to keep our people safe, while they have the dignity of working to provide for themselves. One of the government's primary functions, Madam President, is to keep its people safe. We, the Parliament, the essential workers, and the wider public at large have done a good job thus far together in keeping the majority of our people safe. Let us then today recommit ourselves to saving Bahamian lives and livelihood. Let us recommit ourselves to saving not only our people, but keeping our visitors safe as they come. Let us stand before our people today, not as PLP or FNM or even as politicians, but as national leaders that refuse to play politics to the detriment of human suffering. By now, Madam President, we have all seen that COVID-19 does not discriminate based on your politics, title, office, social status, or nationality. Again, I say, you've got to love your people more than your position. I invite each of us then, Madam President, to lighten our contributions in an effort to unify our people amid this health and economic crisis, so that together we can all survive this pandemic and live to have political fights another day. But let us remember today that the purpose of national debates is not to leave feeling that either of us defeated, schooled, belittled, or humiliated the other, but that we in our own way made this nation, its people, and its national issues progress. Madam President, as I said when I began, I am satisfied of the seriousness of this global pandemic, which is once again a local pandemic for us. I am satisfied that there are now 2 new cases, known cases in the Bahamas, that there is a spike in COVID cases in countries around us, that the extension of the state of emergency is thus necessary, that the government is going about it the right way to seek the consent of both houses for an extension, and that if and when we see further negative impact of opening our borders, we will have a competent authority who has proven thus far that it can keep our people safe. Madam President, the remainder of this debate. I am hopeful, Madam President, that the remainder of this debate is used by each senator who stands to their feet to move our country and people forward safely and show our people leadership that is more concerned with protecting lives and livelihoods than with playing politics to the detriment of human suffering. I'm about to resume my seat, Madam President, to watch and listen as our people around this country watch and listen to our national leaders put their safety before anything and everything else. But a word to the wise, Madam President. None of us must go to the beaches. None of us must go to fish fry, any restaurant, or under the dock, Madam President. None of us must travel to the US or Europe. We should stay home and we should stay safe, Bahamians. A happy independence to us all. And Madam President, I second the motion.
It has been moved and seconded that the resolution, whereas pursuant to Article 29 of the Constitution, the Governor General may make a proclamation of emergency declaring that a state of public emergency for the purposes of that article exists in the Bahamas. Now, therefore, be it resolved that this Senate approves the continuance of the proclamation made on the 29th day of June 2020 until the 31st day of July 2020, affirms the continuance in effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic regulations 2020 made on 29th day of June 2020 until the 31st day of July 2020, affirms the continuance in effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic order 2020 made on the 30th day of June 2020 until the 31st day of July 2020, affirms the continuance in effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Special Provisions Order 2020 made on the 30th day of June 2020 until the 31st day of July. As many. The chair recognizes Senator Dalbell.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Madam President, as I listened to the speaker before me, who laid his case to clearly direct the Senate on the way debates in this House should go, I do too believe that the competent authority has abused many of the powers that was in their control, and it is important for us as the official opposition of this country to ensure that we be the guardian when our democratic rights are taken from us as a result of these emergency orders, COVID-19 emergency orders. So I've listened, but we on this side have a job to do, and our job is to bring to the forefront which we believe, and many people in this country believe, that some of the emergency orders and the sweeping powers given to the Prime Minister as the competent authority is not being used effectively, and that needs to be addressed in this place and also in the public domain. So as I stand to my feet, I do so knowing that tomorrow our country would celebrate its 47th year of independence. This is an important day in our history and an important time in our country
because the COVID-19 pandemic is still very much a threat to our people and our local economy. Therefore, this morning, I join with our leader, the Honorable Philip Brave Davis, and all my colleagues in wishing every Bahamian to the sound of my voice peace, love, and best wishes. We stay to be safe, be careful, and remember, as our pastor in this particular house indicated in scripture, that we are truly our brother's keeper. So, to Bahamians everywhere, I say happy Independence Day, and may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Madam President, I rise to make my contribution to the resolution before us today that seek to activate new COVID-19 emergency orders for the month of July. These new orders come as a result of the government's failure to seek the extension to the emergency order prior to its expiration on June 29th of this year. I do so because not only us in this place, but throughout our country, many people who watch these proceedings saw the confusion, and I do support our leader on this side for bringing these things to the forefront and ensuring that those on the opposite side not only know the rules of this place, but be held accountable to what they are doing in here. Madam President, the missteps regarding the expiration and extension of the emergency orders is not only egregious, but quite symptomatic of the way this government has managed the affairs of our country in the last 3 years in office. A few of the more troubling issues that come to mind are, firstly, the government has been very imprecise regarding the number of missing and dead in Abaco post-Hurricane Dorian, and in fact, many on their side are concerned on the way how it was handled. Secondly, we also need clarity around who authorized the landing of that plane with 6 passengers with COVID-19 tests or swabs. No, we need to know because that's still unclear. To this day, and I say this without a shadow of a doubt, to this day, the competent authority has not clarified the issue in spite of repeated questions from the press. Then there's the lack of clarity around the arrival of Mexican workers as to whether they were compliant with the requirements prior to coming into the country. Thank God. No, let me finish. Thank God the Minister of Immigration made a public statement, but it took him almost a day or two to clarify this confusion of whether or not these Mexicans came to this country knowingly, because there were many people who were unsure, many people at the border. It took the immigration minister to clarify it. Knowingly, no one knew, including the medical task force. They never knew. They made it public. Then there's the issue of the recent COVID-19 positive illegal immigrant who was brought to the C.A. Smith building in Freeport for processing. No, I said it. I said illegal. I'm sorry, illegal. I'm sorry. I said illegal, but okay, if it sounds like legal, it's illegal. Who was brought to the C.A. Smith building in Freeport for processing, along with what I understand, and I stand to be corrected, 29 other detainees. And this morning, some of the staff who work on the first floor of the C.A. Smith building are very concerned about their working environment and the fact that the area was not sanitized. Madam President, we can go on and on, but the point I wish to make today is that there is cause for concern, and many other Bahamians feel the way I do. There appears to be a chronic lack of coordination and attention to the details in the governance of this country. The government is come say, come sa with big things. Yeah, come say, come sa, and shudder to think about how this led administration is managing the smaller things that we cannot see. Madam President, prepared speeches have their place, but they cannot replace the interactive conversation that is necessary with the general public. There are many questions and concerns that require explanation, especially at a time when civil liberties of our citizens and residents are being restricted. The restriction of a person's civil liberties can certainly affect their mental health. And after almost 4 months of emergency orders that control human movement, the government must now, in my view, consult behavioral specialists to craft effective strategies to address this pressing issue. Creating more laws and penalties that are difficult to enforce is not the way to go. And as a matter of fact, many of our Caribbean neighbors realize this, and they have subsequently given up these emergency orders. As a matter of fact, the ongoing threats by the competent authority to business establishment and the confusion surrounding the interpretation of many of the laws are proving to be counterproductive in this current COVID-19 environment, and they must take it into consideration. Madam President, all democratic governments that have restricted human movement and tried to change human behavior due to these type of emergency orders in the long run risk the possibility of physical disobedience and blatant disregard for safety protocols. The competent authority cannot ignore this important fact, and it is therefore their responsibility to move swiftly to address this dilemma. Madam President, to add insult to injury, there's confusion surrounding the various stages of opening of our borders. On July the 1st, we open our borders to tourists, and on the upcoming holiday weekend, we close public beaches in Nassau, Paradise Island, and Grand Bahama to both tourists and locals alike. But this is only one example of the many mixed messages that are coming or being sent in the protocols issued by the competent authority. In these conflicting messages, we have led to wider community messages that is resulting in mistrust by the Bahamian people. There's a growing sentiment in the wider community that these orders are not based on medical evidence, but rather is intended to address other issues going on in the countries that do not relate to COVID-19 health crisis. And yes, we believe that some of the ideas as the Prime Minister's personal feelings are not based on science. Madam President, from the look of it, our Prime Minister's apparent addiction to these sweeping powers to use as he pleases, applying harsh measures on some areas of businesses' activities and relaxing others as he sees fit without any epidemiological evidence, causes us on this side and the public at large to question his logic and his intentions. Madam President, Bahamians are not stupid, and I don't believe that anyone should think we are. And for all intents and purposes, understand the need of some of the current measures recommended by PAHO and WHO. But many would agree that in a number of cases, the orders were not well thought out and retrospectively proved to be counterproductive, causing unnecessary challenges and damages to our local economy. Madam President, understanding the seriousness of restricting people's civil liberties, the majority of Caribbean governments who relied on emergency powers early in the pandemic to enforce COVID-19 public health measures have discontinued these aggressive measures and have found innovative ways to open their economies effectively, and they have done so without these sweeping powers that control the movement of people. They understood, I want to say it, the other Caribbean countries, many of them understood that such powers in the absence of well thought out and executed checks and balances by the government can lead to abuse. Madam President, it is our understanding that with these new orders, the Prime Minister wants to maintain the 10 to 5 curfew period for the entire month of July, and to have these sweeping powers at his disposal to make the necessary adjustment to current COVID-19 healthcare protocols should the country experience community spread or clusters of spread brought on by opening our borders. This is all well and good, But over the last 3 months, we have seen the damages these sweeping powers can do in the hands of our prime minister. As the competent authority, he has become arrogant, unaccountable to the press, the people of this country, and our parliament. The competent authority has been reluctant to give necessary updates and appeared to be unwilling to make himself available for questioning by the media. As a matter of fact, the Prime Minister's contribution in the House yesterday was more about patting himself on the back and fear-mongering rather than scientific facts surrounding his decision to close the beaches of New Providence and Grand Bahama. This type of behavior is unacceptable. We have seen it in history and cannot be tolerated in a democratic country. With these powers, there appear to be no accountability, and our Prime Minister now acts as a dictator who knows it all and refuses to listen despite being challenged by members of his own administration to produce the scientific facts around his decision-making. Madam President, the evidence-based research and the epidemiological data shared by the Prime Minister in his last address to the nation confirms that the cooperation of the general public with regard to essential public health care measures, social and physical distancing, wearing of masks, the use of PPEs, and by those in the front line have proven to be effective in reducing the spread of COVID-19 in our country, and the same results exist around the world. This has nothing to do with the Prime Minister's emergency orders, my brother. So the political game that you keep playing about the PLP is not resonating anymore. Mr. President, despite the political spin from those opposite, the record would reflect that we in the Progressive Party made many meaningful recommendations to this government, many which have been accepted. And we fully supported WHO and PAHO scientific protocols surrounding quarantine, isolation of those affected, and encourage Bahamians everywhere to abide by these life-saving protocols that protect the elderly, the immunocompromised, and ultimately save lives. That is on record. So it is very, very uncomfortable for us when someone on the side opposite try to paint a picture that we don't care about saving lives. That is an untruth. With your leave, Madam President, I would like to take this opportunity to thank all healthcare workers, uniformed personnel, government workers, religious leaders, business community, and everyone in the front line of this fight who are still working diligently to protect lives. With the exception of the 2 cases in Grand Bahama, one with no history of recent travel, and the other one as a result of an illegal immigrant who tested positive. There's no other cases in Bimini, New Providence, and it's not been any for weeks. This is a testimony of the great work by many dedicated healthcare professionals throughout our country and public healthcare workers who are diligent in following the protocols. Madam President, in a press statement released on Sunday, June the 28th, 2020, our leader, the Honorable Philip Brave Davis, outlined the international scientific protocols for testing and once again rightly advised the government to ramp up testing, particularly among our hotel, restaurant, and ground transport workers once we began receiving international flights as of July the 1st, 2020. This issue of testing was highlighted by the former Minister of Health, the Honorable Dwayne Sands, yesterday during his contribution in the other place, where he clearly outlined the need for more aggressive testing, proving that the Prime Minister's position as the competent authority of not testing is not consistent with international protocols. The truth of the matter is the data coming from the rest of our Caribbean neighbors prove that we are far behind in testing and need to ramp up testing in order to get ahead of this invisible enemy. Madam President, understanding the potential risks of opening our borders, we trust that the government has done its due diligence and all of the safety protocols are in place at all our international airports, and the staff at these locations understand the necessary risks to them and their families, and they are properly trained and equipped with the necessary personal protective equipment to protect themselves and the general public. We trust that our hospitals and clinics throughout the country are ready for the necessary possible clusters of infections that can come as a result of opening our borders. And we have beefed up our testing capabilities in the country to address this potential need. You see, Madam President, good ideas are not exclusively to any political organization. And the government must not be afraid of constructive criticism, because even constructive criticism is a great tool to improve the way how we conduct our affairs in the country. Madam President, understanding the urgency and the importance of health and safety for every Bahamian, our initial support to the emergency orders was given to allow the Ministry of Health sufficient time to put all safety measures in place throughout our countries and to outfit our hospitals, clinics, and our borders to reduce the transmission of COVID-19 now that the economy and now that our borders are open, and ultimately save lives. But going forward, we must ensure that the new rules are well thought out. This business of just coming to Parliament and giving these emergency orders ain't gonna cut it no more. You have to show that these rules are well thought out and calibrated to address the real issues at hand that is constantly changing. Madam President, we on this side support the opening of our local economy and understand the importance of opening our international borders in order to accomplish this. We are not stupid. We realize that every country in the world, we need to get our economy going. We fully understand the risks in doing so and support all scientific protocols from the Ministry of Health, the World Health Organization, and trust that they are in place as we speak in order to minimize those risks. The Prime Minister, in his last address as Minister for Health, provided no insight regarding the process by which we will address the possibility of an increase in COVID-19 cases. The recent confusion regarding the COVID-19 tests of the 100+ Mexican workers at Baker's Bay underscores the lack of communication with various ministries and the coordination between health and the Department of Immigration. In the last budget debate, the Minister for Grand Bahama spoke eloquently about the government's digital platform and all the fancy apps in place at all ministry to communicate digitally with each other. Yet there's mass confusion on the ground with ministries as a result of these protocols with COVID-19. Madam President, we have been watching what is happening in other countries like Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago, Guyana, the Turks and Caicos Islands, and Bermuda. And I trust that the competent authority and staff have learned from their successes and mistakes and are prepared to adjust their medical protocols and safety protocols in order to save lives in our country. We understand that the opening of our borders run the risk of importing new cases of COVID-19 into our country and the possibility of clusters of infection in the capital, Grand Bahama, and the Family Islands. And once again, we call on the government to ensure not only that the same protective measures are in place at our port of entry, but also at our medical facilities and also throughout the Family Islands. Madam President, we learned why the government is requesting the extension of the emergency orders. Firstly, to ensure that the 10 to 5 a.m. curfew remains in place. To be able to have the power to address possible complications that can arise from imported cases of COVID-19. However, after examining the government's response in the last 3+ months, that these powers were in effect, we are concerned regarding the possible misuse of powers given to them by this Parliament. Madam President, we are demanding accountability to this honorable institution and by extension to the Bahamian people. The behavior of our Prime Minister over the last few months is unacceptable and undemocratic. He has proven himself unwillingly to be accountable to the Bahamian people, the media, and yes, this Parliament, with the powers bestowed upon him in the fight against COVID-19. His lack of accountability to the Bahamian people under these emergency orders is clear by anyone who could see that they are being abused. Understanding what is before us today, and given the uncertainty regarding the immediate impact of opening our borders to other countries and tourists alike, we cannot support this COVID-19 emergency order in its current form unless the government can prove to the official opposition and the Bahamian people what is the scientific basis of the 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. curfew in the fight against COVID-19. Reasons for closing our beaches in New Providence and Grand Bahamas while leaving the family islands open for Bahamians and tourists to go on as they please. Finally, the request for 1 month, in our view, is too long. There is no reason why the government cannot come back to this parliament in a shorter period of time, provide full explanation to this House and the Bahamian people on the initial response to opening of our borders and our response to bringing returning residents home. In that way, some form of accountability can be assured to the Bahamian people and to us in opposition. If at the end of the discussions, a proper case is made for further extension of the orders, we are reasonable on this side, and the Bahamian people are reasonable, and we will listen. But this sweeping powers with no accountability is no longer accepted. Madam President, it's critical that we start the process of weaning this government off the use of these emergency powers, because if we fail to do so, we stand the possibility of losing our civil liberties and endangering our democracy. In that vein, I quote a phrase from Fernando Cardoso, former president of Brazil, that says, democracy is not just a question of having a vote. It consists of strengthening our citizens' possibilities and capabilities to participate in the deliberation involved in saving our lives and protecting our society. Madam President, once again, I am very concerned about these sweeping powers and the Prime Minister, as the competent authority, inability to provide proper accountability of what is happening in this country while these powers are in place. I want to say it again because I want to say it 20 times because it deserves to be said that he is abusing these powers, and because he's abusing these powers, he does not deserve the right to use them, and he must work like other countries around the world to find other means of doing so. Madam President, with those few words, once again, I say to the Bahamian people, happy independence, and may God bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
As many, the chair recognizes Senator Kwesi Thompson.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And Madam President, let me first of all join with my colleagues in wishing the Bahamas a happy 47th independence. Madam President, I imagine that 47 years ago, our forefathers faced fear, faced doubt, faced great uncertainty when they decided to move ahead and go towards a journey of an independent Bahamas. Because of what the Bahamas is facing today, we are facing the same kind of doubt and same kind of fear, and the same kind of uncertainty. But you know, our forefathers left almost a message for us when we are facing these kinds of times. They said that in times like this, we should lift up our heads to the rising sun. They said that in times like this, we must pledge to excel in love and in unity. And so, Madam President, I look to the strength of our forefathers as we continue to move forward, upward, onward, and together. And so I want to wish a happy 47th Independence. Madam President, I want to also congratulate the Senator Darwell and also congratulate the opposition who presented their arguments to this COVID resolution today and yesterday, and I will congratulate in advance because I anticipate what is going to be said by the other senators. But I congratulate the other side for executing a perfectly political debate. But it is at this time that the nation does not need a political debate. There will be time, and we are gifted at that on either side. We have been able to stand on a political platform, and we will eventually get to a political platform, Lord willing, and we will argue. We will put forward our political arguments, and we will make our political case. But it is my view that today is not one of those days. Madam President, it is with great sadness that we heard of the 2 additional COVID-19 cases in Grand Bahama. This may possibly move to 3 cases by the time health officials speak again. It requires a sober debate. If there was ever any doubt on whether the emergency orders should be continued, the news of yesterday should really settle the matter. Clearly, we are still in this fight. And Bahamians, especially Grand Bahamians, must remain very, very vigilant. We are especially challenged with the state of our health facilities in Grand Bahama. We continue to see tremendous progress with the Rand Memorial Hospital renovation project. And we really see that there is a sense of urgency with contractors who are urgently working to complete. We also wish to thank the Grand Bahama Port Authority for agreeing to continue to assist with the Grand Bahama Cancer Association complex that now houses the Rand patients, or some of the Rand patients. Madam President, we can have legal debates about whether a document was tabled or not tabled. We can have political debates about the Prime Minister and whether he has abused power and is power hungry and all these other different things. We could even have constitutional debates about whether or not someone's liberty is being restrained, whether we have a legal and a constitutional right to go to the beach. But in times of crisis, Madam President, one must make the best decisions with the best information available at the time. And Madam President, the government seeks to find the right balance And this is the issue that the Prime Minister made clear yesterday. And this is the issue that so many of the critics fail to address. That the government seeks the right balance between health and safety and the economy. And this is the big challenge that the nation finds itself in. Do we lean more towards health and shut down the entire country and keep everybody at a point of no risk? Or do we lean more towards opening up the economy? And do we allow persons to enter into our country without having tests because we want our economy to grow? Do we allow Bahamians to just move freely between borders because they have a right to travel? Do we allow Bahamians just to move freely because they have a right to move? But, Madam President, it is about striking the right balance between health and the economy, and also striking the right balance between health and our liberties. We cannot afford to completely shut the country independently or indefinitely, which we already have seen the negative effects. So I've been in some of the discussions, been around the tables where the challenge always is to find and to strike the right balance. And if you see the debate in the public, not necessarily just around this table, but if you see the debate in the public, there is uncertainty and there is differing views even in the public. So this goes beyond what the opposition thinks and what the government thinks. Really, everyone has their own particular views, which shows and tells you how difficult the decision is. Because you have on the one hand somebody who says the 1st of July, we should never have opened up our borders. We should have keep our borders closed, let everyone stay out, and those who in, let them stay in. You have the public, some members of the public who are saying that. And then you have some members of the public who are also saying, look, I need to travel for my own business. I need to travel for my own health. You have persons in the public who are saying, we need tourists to come in so I can work, so I can feed myself. We are threatened with mass layoffs if we do not open. So you have the public on either side. And actually, Madam President, they all are right. They all have a right to their own particular view as to what should happen. But the government has to make and to strike the right balance between what is safe and how we move forward with the economy. Madam President, I see the contradiction because there are some who criticize and say, you have not handled this crisis. You haven't done one thing right in this crisis. You did everything wrong in this crisis. You abused the power in this crisis. You have those who say this. And then in the same breath, they say how pleased they are that the country has managed the crisis well and that our numbers have been kept low, that there are no more persons who are in the hospital. You have persons who say, well, we are so thankful that our death rate is low. It's a contradiction. The very persons, and all persons deserve the credit for the state the country is in with respect to how we handle this. You cannot, on one hand, commend all of the medical professionals for how well they manage this without also commending the person who gave the directions for the medical professionals to be able to handle it as best as they did. Which means you must concede that the Prime Minister, the competent authority, did a very good job in managing this crisis. The facts speak for themselves. The facts speak for themselves. The facts speak for themselves. One, we have gone without a case for weeks. But it is unfortunate that those now 2, possibly 3 cases in Grand Bahama. When we look at the death rate, 1 is too many. But when you look at the death rate compared to other countries, the Bahamas has kept their death rate extremely low compared to other countries. So when you see how the record reflects on how this country has managed the crisis, we have managed the crisis well. And I give God thanks that we have managed the crisis well. I want an absolutely, he's absolutely correct. Because God has been merciful to us in providing us with wisdom and providing us with understanding on how we manage this crisis. Madam President, I also want to commend, and we have to commend, the health team in the Providence and the health team in Grand Bahama. Because while you have policymakers who give directives and who give instructions, you have a very hard-working team in the Providence, in Grand Bahama, also throughout the Family Islands, who are on the ground managing this crisis. And we cannot leave them out. They have done an excellent job of on the ground and continue to do an excellent job of managing this crisis on the ground. Madam President, I've seen this. I've seen them every day. They are on the ground. Every day they are in the community. Every day they are talking to thousands and thousands of Bahamians, thousands of travelers they are talking to. Every day they are monitoring these people. Every day they are advising them. Every day they are checking them. You know, one nurse, I spoke to one nurse who is managing and assisting with the monitoring of persons. And she in 1 week has probably made close to 5,000 calls, just monitoring people every day. The health staff who is at the airport every day. A few days ago, they advised me that they were on the ground when a flight came in at 9:30 p.m. They were on the ground managing when a flight came in, being able to do their necessary checks for persons who come in. They go wherever they are required to go. Yesterday, one of them had indicated that they were leaving West End community. They were doing their contact tracing and was leaving there about 9:30, 10 o'clock in the evening after doing contact tracing all day. These persons are putting in the hard work, and they are the ones who really have made where we are today possible. Madam President, I do also want to speak very quickly about the electronic travel health visa. The Bahamas is one of the first countries to provide an electronic health visa, which requires a negative RT-PCR COVID-19 test. The test must be uploaded. It is also reviewed by a unit, and persons then receive an electronic response. This will soon evolve to the use of the blockchain or a blockchain solution for added security. So, Madam President, I want to commend the entire team. First of all, there's the DTU team, the Department of Transformation or Digital Transformation Unit, who has designed and built the solution. I want to also commend the health team, who have provided the algorithms to put into the system. So depending on the questions and the answers that you get a certain score. Depending on the score, you get a green, a yellow, or a red response. We also want to thank the immigration team, who has also been the frontline workers in being able to check and verify the COVID negative tests. And then we want to also commend and thank the tourism team. And so all of these, in fact, every morning, 9 o'clock, all of these teams come together, meet, discuss what took place the day before, discuss how we need to move forward in the following day and how things have been progressing. Madam President, I'm also advised that up until, I think, as of today, we have, and I'm just pulling the results, we have processed internationally, the system has processed internationally 28,733 applications. There's been 16,054 applications, and that's just on the international side. That's not even the domestic side. 16,054 applications were created since the 1st of July opening. So, Madam President, I want to commend, and this is a group of Bahamians who have come together and have been able to build this program and work together to be able to move forward with a very unique program, never happened before in the Bahamas, where we are asking everyone who travels into the Bahamas to apply. And we are also asking everyone who travels within the Bahamas to also apply for a domestic travel visa. So, no, that's not possible. No, it's not possible. Not possible. Not at all. Not possible. So, Madam President, we also want to commend the Madam President, yes, sorry. There came an issue that came about, I believe it was spoken about yesterday, about testing. And there was a comparison that was made about the testing rate and the testing numbers in the Bahamas. And one question that and compared to other countries, and one question that I want to ask about when we start to compare countries, the Bahamas has made a very strict decision that they are only going to require, or that they only will use the swab PCR test. That they're not going to use the rapid test, they're not going to use the antigen tests. So that will obviously limit the number of tests that show up with respect to our numbers. There are other countries who have decided that they will use these other tests. They will use rapid tests. They will use these other antigen tests. And so, Madam President, we must make sure when we compare these numbers that we are comparing apples with apples and oranges with oranges. Next, Madam President, on this whole question of beaches, beaches are very important to Bahamians. And especially on holidays, beaches are extremely important. And I hear the arguments, and I hear the questions as to why we are closing the beaches on the holiday. And what's the reasoning behind doing it? Well, Madam President, the answer is very simple. It is about mitigating risk. It is really about mitigating risk. And people make comments about, well, is COVID only on the beaches in Nassau and only on the beaches in Grand Bahama, which really is not a productive comment to make. But here is the reality. Beaches are not closed all the time. In fact, beaches were open. And come Monday, beaches will continue to be open. But as a result of the holiday, and it stands to reason that on the holidays, the number of persons who go on beaches will drastically increase. And it is not the beaches that create the danger. The water itself doesn't create the danger. The sand doesn't create the danger, but it is the number of people who are on the beaches. It is what increases the risk. And so, Madam President, it is about mitigating the risk. And if you don't have a 24-hour police force to physically man those beaches and physically force people to be 6 feet apart, then, Madam President, we would be heading into a disaster if we allow persons to be on the beach and COVID spreads on the beach. And so, Madam President, for 3 days, I am prepared to stay off the beach for 3 days. For that risk, I'm prepared to stay off the beach for 3 days, Madam President. Madam President, the resolution also asks for additional time for the emergency measures, which again is absolutely necessary. And so, Madam President, as I take my seat, I want to send out a plea to the residents of Grand Bahama. We've gone, I believe it was almost 2 months we had gone without having a case in Grand Bahama. We now have 2, which could possibly be 3 additional cases. We've also seen that there's a possibility, and I'm sure the health will speak more specifically to this, but a possibility that there may be some risk of community spread as a result. So I want to send a clear message and a clear plea to the residents of Grand Bahama. This weekend, I know it's a holiday weekend, but stay home this weekend. Stay in your houses this weekend. If you don't have to travel, if you don't have to be up and about in the community, stay home. Enjoy your family at home. Enjoy your independence at home. Wear your mask anytime you are out. Madam President, I witnessed myself sometimes having dinner or having lunch in Port Lucaya, or driving through Smiths Point, or driving through Williamstown, or driving through West End. Residents who are on the streets without wearing their masks. We now see that there is additional cases. Wear your mask when you are out. I plead with you to wear your mask when you are out. Residents should be careful when they are in Port Lucaya. Be careful when you're in Smiths Point. Be careful when you are in Williamstown. And be careful when you are in West End. Residents who wish to make international travel, think twice before you make international travel, before you do international travel. If you do not have to go out of country, stay home. I make a genuine plea to you that if you don't have to go, don't go. Shop online, order your stuff online. But if you don't have to leave this country, stay home. For those who may have gone and are coming back, abide by the quarantine measures. I know there are some who feel like they shouldn't be quarantined. Some who feel like they have to go to work. Some who feel like they have to go and see family members and they have to go and do this and do that. Please, if you are coming from out of the country and you are coming back into the country, abide by your quarantine rules. Be careful when you are visiting family and friends. Madam President, I love my grandmother. I love her with all my heart. I love her enough to call her on the telephone when I want to talk to her, and not to go and personally visit her. She's 90 plus years old. So we must be very careful when we are visiting friends and family. Madam President, we must also cooperate with the health officials. We are hearing some reports that when persons come back, they are dismissing the health officials. When health officials come in to do their contact tracing, they are dismissing health officials. They are there to save your life. They are there to help you and keep you safe and keep your family safe. So please, Madam President, I'm asking them to cooperate with the health officials. And then we want you to be careful when you are to work. Be careful when you are at the church. Be careful when you are at stores. Abide by the social distancing rules wear your mask, carry your hand sanitizer, and use them. So, Madam President, with those brief words, I wish to say that those of us who are on this side, and those of us who have, I believe, the best interests at heart, particularly those who are in Grand Bahama and those other places who are at high risk, we have to support this resolution. So, Madam President, thank you. And Grand Bahama, I believe, will stand with us when they say they support this resolution. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Madam President. Good morning, fellow senators, and good morning, fellow Bahamians. Madam President, I am grateful for the opportunity to once again stand in this honorable place today, by God's grace. But first of all, let me take this opportunity to congratulate the 35 young doctors who graduated on Sunday, this past Sunday, and all the young men and women who graduated the past weeks and will graduate in the coming weeks ahead. They are called the class of 2020, and I am sure this year will be forever etched in their memories. They have enjoyed a unique and a place of a kind ceremonies, ranging from virtual to drive-bys. It also does my heart good to see the positive impact some of these young graduates have already made in the community. We are also very proud of them. Madam President, since this pandemic, we have seen the emergence of many small business entrepreneurs who have taken a leap of faith and started their own businesses, while others have manufactured products useful in this fight. As this nation prepares to celebrate its 47th anniversary of independence, we are all excited with some of the new and innovative business ideas that have evolved over these past months. And we know that our small nation will grow and we will become less dependent on tourism as a major player in this economy. The future looks very, very bright, Madam President. While we have seen an almost standstill in the number of new coronavirus cases, we are not out of the danger zone and must be ever mindful of the resurgence that has occurred in other places that have opened up too many places too soon and too quickly. Madam President, we gradually opened businesses and strategically staggered the hours of operations. All of this was in an effort to flatten the curve and stagnate the spread of this virus. Thanks to the quick action of our Prime Minister and a medical team of advisors, we were able to contain it, and they have been commended by leaders around the world for this action. We wish to continue this trend until this virus is eradicated from our Bahama land. The health and well-being of the citizens of this country remain a priority by this administration. Madam President, we opened our borders for domestic travel a few weeks ago, and our international borders just recently on July the 1st. This opening of our international borders was welcomed by some, as it is seen as a shot in the arms of our tourist industry. However, we need only to look at our neighbors in Florida to the north of us, especially Florida, Texas, Arizona, to see the results of opening without the control and policing of restrictions. There's been a tremendous resurgence of cases within many hospitals now, and many hospitals are now turning away patients as there is no space, no rooms. In Florida, as I listened to the news this morning, all the ICU units in many of the hospitals in Florida are overcrowded. Florida, I understand, yesterday or day before yesterday, reported more than 11,000 new cases. Madam President, we are a small country and cannot afford to put this type of strain on our medical facilities. We've had so far in this war against the COVID-19, success in this war against COVID-19 because our Prime Minister and his team make tough decisions that were sometimes not always popular, but were deemed necessary for this country at large. We must not lose sight of this, and we must continue to make decisions that will impact the benefit us as a country for the long term. Madam President, it's the summer now, and it's very hot. The temperatures are already in the 90s, and everyone is eager to go to the beaches. And this is a long weekend, and many made plans to spend the time on the beaches. And as Senator Thompson just said a while ago, we closed the beaches so as to minimize the risk of spreading this virus among us. And we know how Bahamians like to get together on holidays. Many times they don't behave themselves. And even though we set the protocols down for them for when they're on the beach and in the public parks, we know once there's a little bit of joy juice, all those restrictions are going to go out the window. And the fact that some of our Bahamians are now traveling to the United States and have come back home within the 72 hours, they may themselves contact or bring back the virus with them, and we may not know who they are. And so that's the danger that we have to face. So we have to minimize the risk, and so we close down the beaches on this holiday weekend. And our Senator Thompson said a while ago, stay home, be patient, and it's only gonna last for another 3 days. So come Monday morning at 5:30, I will get up, go on the fort, do my walk, go on Goodman's Bay, and go on the sea, because I miss it very much. And so that was done out of an abundance of caution by the competent authority as we close the beaches for this weekend. Madam President, as I said before, we must be patient. We must continue to practice safety measures and adhere to the regulations and the processes in place for our own good. And it cannot be emphasized enough. We must continue to practice social distancing, wash our hands, and wear masks when we venture outside of our homes. There are some persons that are still blaming this government for what this worldwide pandemic has done to the very livelihood of our country. And nothing that is done will change their way of thinking. There will always be naysayers with all the right solutions as they sit on the other side and criticize. This government will and must, in its efforts to do what is considered in the best interest of all Bahamians. And as I stated earlier, these decisions may not always be popular, but they are necessary as we continue to maintain this absence of new cases and successful recovery of our affected patients. And Madam President, in creating the new normal, we must be receptive to change. We must continue to support each other as we venture into this new world. We must all play our part in turning our country around. Madam President, the Prime Minister and members in the other place have proposed an extension to the emergency orders COVID-19 to 2020. This proposal is based on the current trend of what is happening in our region and with our neighbors in Florida and to the north, and under the advice of the medical professionals and experts. While I know this may be hard for some, I know it is necessary in this fight. We have flattened the curve and we must keep it that way. Madam President, I enthusiastically approve the resolution to extend the emergency orders COVID-19 to 2020 to July 31st, 2020. I wish all Bahamians happy independence. May God bless all of us, and may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. Thank you very much.
Has Benny? The chair recognizes Senator Colton Davis.
Sorry about that. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to bring contributions on behalf of the resolution, and I do not intend to be before you long. However, it's important for me to speak briefly on this matter of the reopening of our borders and the reopening of our economy. Madam President, before I begin, I want to say to the entire Bahamas, happy 47th independence to all of you. When I think of independence, I think of the story my father, Wade Colby, would have shared with me, how he was a young 16-year-old boy at the park on that evening and how proud and excited he was when the flag raised and the voices of the crowd cheered and celebrated. Those voices were filled with hope and the belief that independence meant more than just a word. It meant freedoms and liberties. It meant ownership and upliftment of our people. It meant the opportunity to build a new strong Bahamas. However, Madam President, we are 47 years later from my father's memories, and COVID-19 came and exposed many weaknesses in our country, things being ignored. And if the time is used wisely, we are now given a new opportunity, Madam President, a second chance to lift our people out of poverty and bring the hope and change that they all expect. We have the opportunity to change the system and bring about real economic freedoms in a new Bahamas. Madam President, as to the resolution, the opposition advised this government to be prudent and wise in the reopening of our economy. And all cautions by the opposition is out of large concern for the health and safety of all Bahamians and visitors. Madam President, I listened intently to the Prime Minister's speech. I listened to him like most Bahamians, trying to understand and get direction. However, it appeared that he yet again failed to give any indication of the government efforts towards a comprehensive strategy of testing and isolation. The government testing protocols remains inadequate. I do not think we have tested 1% of our population to date, where I saw a COVID dashboard on July 6, 2020, produced by Barbados officials showing a total of 8,268 persons tested with a population of approximately 287,375 persons, while the latest dashboard in the Bahamas show a total of 2,489 persons tested with a population of approximately 393,308 persons. So my concern is the low level of testing that we presently have in country. Furthermore, with our borders now open, the government runs a serious risk of leaving Bahamians exposed in the tourism industry if there's an absence of insisting that workers working in direct contact with the potential of imported cases are not tested frequently. Madam President, this is unfortunate as we have been locked down for more than 15 weeks, not days, weeks. And as businesses slowly began to pick up the pieces and Bahamians began to start to return to work, it is evident that many of them used the time wisely to prepare their businesses and workplaces for reopening. Additionally, Madam President, many Bahamian families are faced with tough decisions. Some already in poverty have to confront a painful reality of not knowing when there will be an end to this dark tunnel. And every time the government speaks, it doesn't make the load any easier because the restrictive measures are put in place without any explanations. Madam President, let me warn the Prime Minister, and I say this with a profound degree of concern. Do not allow this absolute power to get to your head. The Prime Minister must appreciate that suspension of civil liberties of Bahamians is not to be taken lightly, and decision made must be accompanied with sound justification and rationale. Madam President, at present, we have a Prime Minister, the competent authority, who is the person in charge of when we will move, how we will move, how much of us will move, and for how long we will move. And it is my opinion he enjoys this power a little bit too much. Additionally, yesterday, Madam President, while in Parliament, the Prime Minister did all he can to use fear-mongering as his approach instead of outlining stronger enforcement of social distancing and a comprehensive contact tracing and testing regime. Madam President, this country has fared relatively well during this pandemic, and that is in large part due to Bahamians doing their endeavor best to be responsible and adhere to the orders in place. The numbers are low because despite there's not widespread testing, Bahamians took this serious. Therefore, we cannot sacrifice the enormous progress we've made as a country while putting Bahamians back to work is our number one priority. We must do so wisely. Madam President, the opposition remain optimistically cautious and will support any common sense decision-making action to protect frontline workers and the general public, but also to restart the economy and open up our borders. So I ask, Madam President, how are we protecting Bahamians on the front line? And who is responsible for testing workers in the tourism industry? Further, Madam President, unless the procedures are clear and resources increased at the airport, the experience, especially for visitors, will be disheartening and counterproductive for the industry. Tourism is one of our biggest industries, and Bahamians made too much progress to flatten the curve for us to be careless now with our borders being open. Thus, Madam President, it is vitally important that a roadmap is available to the private sector and the country as to what the government's intentions are in relation to the opening of the borders, the protocols, and safety measures that will continue throughout the passage of tourists in and out of our country. The preparation of a roadmap will not be easy, and especially as the time frame to produce such a map is incredibly short. However, you did have more than 15 weeks. Madam President, to the point of protocols, I reference an article stating the government sets up customs and immigration pre-clearance in South Florida on the 29th of June, 2020. Madam President, the Bahamas Customs Pre-Clearance Initiative is a step in the right direction. The government must ensure that it moves swiftly in placing officers in the hotspots of Tammany Airport, Opa-locka Airport, Fort Lauderdale Executive Airport, and Palm Beach Airport. Madam President, I have been advised, however, that this duty has been passed on to foreign officers instead of sending a team of our Bahamian qualified customs officers to carry out the pre-clearance. Now, there may be many reasons why this decision was made, but I think it must be clearly stated what qualifies these foreign officers to work on behalf of the Bahamian government in the capacity of customs officers protecting our borders. Additionally, I think it is only fair to the Bahamian public for us to be clearly advised the process that has been implemented for pre-clearance, if that was started, and how well it has been going thus far, if started. Madam President, it is also worth noting that Haiti is still considered a hotspot to the spread of COVID-19. Therefore, I think it should cause us to remain vigilant in the Bahamas to ensure that we protect against the undocumented movement of illegal immigrants into the Bahamas, and also in protecting our law enforcement agencies, the Royal Bahamas Defense Force and immigration in particular, ensuring they are equipped with the proper PPEs to protect them in the execution of their duties. And at this point, I wish to inquire whether our officers had adequate PPE and were they exposed to the recent COVID-19 patient? And secondly, does the Immigration Department have the appropriate or sufficient protocols to protect them on the job during this time? Madam President, we must take border security serious and ensure that our customs and immigration officers are not neglected. They bring in the revenue, but the message I keep hearing is they do not feel they are receiving adequate recognition for their hard work during this crisis. Bahamians should note that customs and immigration officers were also protecting our country and risking their lives, keeping COVID-19 out of our country. So let's show a little more appreciation to the work that they do. And for that, I thank them for it. Finally, Madam President, I would really appreciate if the side opposite can tell the Prime Minister that the Bahamian people are not his children. He does not have to tell us to behave or else we will be punished. It was the efforts of responsible citizens who brought us thus far. It is our civil liberties that are suspended. And so speak to us like the respected citizens we are and provide a comprehensive plan to steer us through this in a logical, efficient, and effective way. Madam President, I would like to end by thanking again the hardworking team at the Ministry of Health, the COVID task force, as well as all of our essential workers, and the Progressive Liberal Party task force headed by my colleague, Senator Dr. Michael Davu, who assisted in guiding us through this process. Madam President, we don't have the luxury to do nothing in the Bahamas. Now is the opportunity for the government to seize its ability for a new national framework that prepares the Bahamas for a better tomorrow. Thus, as we enter the 47th year of independence, I hope we use this time wisely to build a better, stronger, and equal Bahamas. Thank you.
Madam President, I want to first of all join my colleagues in wishing the Bahamas and Bahamians all over the world happy independence. I want to thank God for allowing us to see our day today. Also, Madam President, I want to thank the Most Honorable Prime Minister, Most Honorable Dr. Hubert Minnis, for allowing me to serve here as a senator. His confidence in me is greatly appreciated. Madam President, why are we here? Are we here to seriously debate a resolution to put measures in place to defend and protect our country from a possible surge? Or are we here to bicker, complain, find fault, and falsely find grounds as to why the orders must come to an end, as the opposition has been doing for the past umpteen days? You see, my fellow Bahamians, strong, sure, focused, and steady leadership is needed now more than ever. Madam President, I say that to say is this: the opposition, in its shaky and unsure leadership, has gone from left to right, right to left, up and down, down to and up. When it comes to having a sure position as to whether to take a hard line to keep the Bahamian people safe. The opposition today, this opposition, they say they are with you, but when you look behind you, they gone missing like a Jerry Roker from back from the 1980s. You see, my fellow Bahamians, I'm not trying, I didn't come here to insult Her Majesty's loyal opposition. No. I am simply highlighting their shifty ways that they have displayed over the past few months. For example, on March 20th, 2020, Her Majesty's loyal opposition criticized the government for the emergency orders before it was tabled, calling it a rush resolution. Madam President, the PLP in its usual run your mouth before you read approach already exposed their weak leadership, which later allowed the FM government to once again lead by example and to bring the Bahamian people the need to start taking early measures that will secure and protect Bahamians and the country as a whole. This correct, wise, and decisive thinking was one that has put us on the part of success of ensuring Bahamians aren't affected and dying on unrestrained numbers. Critics from the talk shows, the opposition, all failed to understand and accept that what was lurking and was willing to take us out by the hundreds, and may I dare say the thousands, was not able to happen because of the leadership of the competent authority. My fellow Bahamians, as the old Bahamian saying says, where there's no vision, the people will perish. Madam President, after the resolution was tabled, the PLP then said publicly that the curfews are an abuse of power. Madam President, this is far from the truth. But instead, it is the opposition's way to plant seeds of discord. Everyone around the world knows that the majority of people usually comes out at night around 10 p.m. to have fun at the fish fry, popular sports, clubs, etc. That's what you call the nightlife. Since implementation, the curfews have proven overall to be one of the best tools in fighting the spread of COVID to the larger gatherings. According to recent data, states like Alabama and 6 other U.S. states, including Florida, that ignored to put safety measures in place are now following our lead and has imposed a curfew on beaches ahead of the 4th of July Independence Day weekend. This move, according to them, is a way to help flatten the curve and prevent large gatherings. Orange County Mayor Jerry Deming said that the curfew is necessary to keep Floridians safe. He said, and I quote, "We must continue to practice social distancing and be mindful of unnecessary trips and social interactions." He also said, "Only go out if you are required to do so for work. Other exemptions for the curfew includes essential workers like medical personnel, government personnel, and first responders." Sounds very similar to the Bahamas. As I said earlier, the opposition criticized the curfews, but as we can see, the early decision helped save lives and the entire nation. That's right. And where there's vision, where there's no vision, the people will perish. Madam President, I don't know if you recall, but there was fake news circulating all over social media and even the mainstream media claiming that drinking alcohol, especially vodka, can help reduce your risk of not getting COVID-19. Without any form of discipline, Her Majesty's loyal opposition, all with one voice, jump up on the fake news train calling for the bars to open. Despite not doing their due diligence on this matter, medical professionals from all over here and abroad denounced this suggestion. This foolish advice suggested by the opposition was met with national criticism from Bahamians on talk shows, public conversations, and even on social media. Things I wish I can share, but out of respect for you, Madam President, I will not go that route. But Madam President, I and my fellow Bahamians, we are now seeing countries like American states, 4 months later, are taking a page out of the Bahamas book and are now putting measures in place to close bars and banning the sale of liquor during this time, all to help flatten the curve. I say again to you, my fellow Bahamians, where there's no vision, the people perish. Madam President, according to a recent article published by the Chicago Redders, it says that scientists are just beginning to understand the many health problems caused by COVID-19. This article was written by Miss Julie Steen Hussein. She wrote, "Scientists are only starting to grasp the vast array of health problems caused by the novel coronavirus, some of which may have lingering effects on patients and health systems for years to come, according to doctors and infectious disease experts. Besides the respiratory issues that leave patients grasping for breath, The virus that causes COVID-19 attacks many organ systems, in some cases, causing catastrophic damage. Dr. Eric Topol, a cardiologist and director of the Scripps Research Translation Institute in La Jolla, California, said, "We thought this was only a respiratory virus. Turns out it goes after the pancreas, it goes after the heart, it goes after the liver, the brain, the kidney, and other organs. We didn't appreciate that in the beginning." He also added, in addition to the respiratory distress, patients with COVID-19 can experience blood clotting disorders that can lead to strokes and extreme inflammation that attacks multiple organ systems. This virus can also cause neurological complications that range from headache, dizziness, and loss for taste or smell to seizure and confusion. And recovery can be slow, incomplete, and costly with a huge impact on quality of life. The board and diverse manifestation of COVID-19 are somewhat unique, said Dr. Sadia Khan, a cardiologist at Northwestern Medicine in Chicago, with influence of people with underlying heart conditions and also a higher risk of complications. Khan said, "What is surprising about this virus is that to the extent of the complications occurring outside the lungs, Khan believes that there will be a huge healthcare expenditure and burden for individuals who have survived COVID-19. Patients who were in the intensive care unit or even on ventilators for weeks will need to spend extensive time to rehab, to regain mobility and strength." And Madam President, he continued. He said, "It can take up to 7 days for every 1 day that you are hospitalized to recover the type of strength that you once had. It's harder the older you are, and you may never get back to the same level of function." Madam President, you are a doctor, and from my understanding, a very, very well-respected doctor. You know that what was just said and what was penned by those scientists shows that this virus is no joke. The Prime Minister, another well-respected doctor, he himself knows that this is no joke. The medical professionals here in the Bahamas who are advising the government every day knows that this is no time to be political. Sadly, I cannot say this about those opposite. While the opposition prance on Criticism Avenue and are on playing politics drive, we here on this side are following the medical experts who are qualified on this issue. The opposition, who clearly is stuck on playing politics during serious and life-threatening times like this, have shown and disqualified themselves as to why they should not be trusted to govern our Bahama land. Madam President, again, while the government continued to be committed to the end, Madam President, I'll say it again. Again, while the government continued to be committed to the end, to lead the fight in keeping the numbers down, protecting Bahamians and by means of any necessary, the empty vessels that are making the most noise, along with the opposition, aren't appreciating the fact that this virus is turning out to be more dangerous and life-threatening as information arises. My fellow Bahamians, especially young people, a report in the state of Arizona revealed that a large amount of those who are tested are under the age of 35. According to the Los Angeles Times, for the last 6 weeks, they quote, "For the last 6 weeks, California has reported an average coronavirus death toll of about 436 a week since Memorial Day. For the preceding 6 weeks, the average weekly death toll was 510, a Times analyst found," end quote. My fellow Bahamians, especially young people, that is very staggering. As young people, we believe that because of our age, we are invincible to this virus. We believe that because of no underlying health issues or conditions, the threat of us being infected remains low. But I want to remind my fellow young people that as you see, the competent authority has, as you can see what the competent authority has in place, the call for common sense, personal hygiene, wearing a mask, all of this is about protecting our most vulnerable. And while I know no young person wants to expose their loved one, their significant other, their mother, their father, their grandparents, unintentionally to the coronavirus, we must take necessary precautions to protect ourselves so we can protect the ones that we love. Madam President, Douglas MacArthur, a true leader, Douglas MacArthur said, and I quote, "A true leader has confidence to stand alone, the courage to make tough decisions, and the compassion to listen to the needs of others. He does not set out to be a leader, but becomes one by the quality of his actions and the integrity of his intent," end quote. I want to thank the leadership of the Most Honorable Prime Minister, Dr. Hubert Minnis, for the many sacrifices you have made to ensure that this country remains safe. Your leadership and team of health experts have done an amazing job tackling and slowing down the curve to save lives. Winston Churchill said, "The price of greatness is responsibility." The FNM government has shown that it will spare no expense to provide the reinforcement to protect Bahamians from the surge of COVID, protecting the most vulnerable, and at the same time, get the economy up and running step by step. In the good book, it says, "Whom much is given, much is required." I am sure the heavens above are saying so far, "Well done, good servant, well done." So while we thank them for all they have done and continue to do, it is our time for us as a people, especially young people, to do our part in slowing down the disease by washing our hands, practicing social distancing, wearing masks, and the list goes on. Remember, it is not and or either or. Dr. Fauci said, and I quote, "We should not look," be quiet, said, and I quote, "We should not look at these safety measures as an impediment or obstruction to opening one's economy. Instead, we should use these safety measures to safely rebuild our economy so that every man and woman can return to work quickly, but it starts with you." You see, since day one, the opposition, along with a few others, has been on a seesaw ride, planting seeds of discord and confusion in the minds of the Bahamian people. I want to say to you, to the many Bahamians who put themselves forward to be our soldiers in this war to save our country from a widespread catastrophe, I want to also thank the many Bahamians who decide to become team players in ensuring that they too obey the laws. Because of your team efforts, we are where we are today. We are standing on the hills where, compared to big countries, they are not in the same light as us. We are on the right path. I also want to thank many Bahamians who continue to obey for the safety and for the benefit of their child, friend, loved one, and even mom and papa, because they know that all are depending on you to do the right thing so they can see another day. Your commitment to the Bahamas is greatly appreciated. You have shown that you are willing to put country first over self-desires. Because of you, we are still on the right path. Because of you, we are still determined to make the hard but factual decisions in the best interest of our Bahama land. Because of you, our frontline workers are soldiers in the war against COVID, and they can breathe easier without worries and return back home to their loved ones. I am confident in you that you will do your part to help continue to keep and flatten the curve, slow the spread, and help save the lives all across the Bahamas as this war continues. We will lay a foundation to bring our economy and a sense of normalcy in incremental stages. Madam President, I do support this bill and may God continue to bless the Commonwealth of the Bahamas.
As many. Chair recognizes Senator Clay's reading.
Thank you, Madam President.
First, let me say from the onset that I do not intend to be long, as my colleagues in the other place and in this place has laid a strong argument in regards to the order and our concerns with this long extension as well. Before I begin, I must briefly mention the incident that sent a shockwave through the community of Hatchet Bay and the entire island over the weekend. A 2-year-old girl was shot by a stray bullet in the small community. She has had emergency surgery, but remains in intensive care, and this road to recovery is long and expensive. As a parent of a young child myself and a resident of Eleuthero, I would like to express how sorry I am for the family, and I pray for a speedy recovery. Furthermore, this act of crime should not be tolerated, and we must ensure that we continue to keep these islands safe. The police have been working diligently to apprehend the suspects, and I would like to congratulate them on their success and implore them to continue to do everything in their power to deter criminals in our islands. I would also like to commend the community of Eleuthero for speaking out against crime and violence and for their camaraderie, as there are several community initiatives established to raise funds for Daniela's medical expenses. A GoFundMe page has been established, and an account at Commonwealth Bank created, as family, friends, and the community at large are praying for her and working together to do everything we can do to assist her and her family through this ordeal. There is an old saying that says it takes a village to raise a child. This village we call Eleuthero has stepped up to the plate, and I congratulate everyone for whatever role they are playing in making these fundraisers successful. As I move to the business at hand, Madam President, in the most recent presentation in the Honorable House of Assembly, the Prime Minister and member for Kalani stated emphatically that his government and his COVID-19 task force has arrested community spread of the COVID-19, and he went on to say that we had stopped the spread of COVID-19, but the virus has not been eliminated based on our individual and collective behavior. The member outrightly accused the members opposite of playing partisan and political games, and we have seen it in this place today. But we ask the Bahamian people if they think that it is a game, that after everything mentioned in the speech, there was no scientific data published or explained to justify the continuation of the lockdown, and none to justify the prohibition of beaching over the holiday weekend. Madam President, is it fair to the citizens and residents of the Bahamas that in their own country, they cannot utilize the beaches for respite, relaxation, and rejuvenation on their own beaches during our Independence Weekend, but the Prime Minister did not see fit to close the same beaches for American Independence holiday? Did the scientific data point out that natives who had not seen a confirmed positive case since mid-June will spread the virus on the beach quickly, while the foreigners from Timbuktu are unequivocally virus-free, and therefore no measures are needed for that demographic of people? Another point that was made would make Bahamians feel that the Prime Minister was accusing the people who traveled since opening of the borders of being the reason why the 2 or 3 possible cases in Grand Bahama at 6 today. Did we not open our borders to the world on July 1st? Did we not welcome our neighbors with open arms despite the exponential increase in the number of cases right next door? This would have been expected. The Bahamian people are asking, why should the masses suffer because it is believed that the young people party and gather late at nights? What prevents these same young people from gathering during the day and having large block parties or beach parties? What prevents these? What data is being offered that a curfew from 10 p.m. to 5 a.m. is effective in including anything including fighting crime? Why are the islands that were labeled as COVID-19 free still being locked down without justification? The Prime Minister, who is a medically trained professional, has baffled the entire country with these emergency orders and the power that he has exhibited since implementing them. We all listened intently to the speech presented and was more confused coming out than at the beginning. The Prime Minister, in his speech, added to the confusion and cannot explain the science in a field that he has partaken almost his entire adult life. Other members of his party, like the rest of us, questioned his explanation of the restrictions on the orders because there was simply no justification for the curfew or for the beach closures except to prevent a gathering. I put it to you that the young people, or rather the Bahamian people, can simply gather on Thursday, they can gather on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and any other given day of the week. So the closure of the beaches and parks are a moot point. Madam President, 2 of the top 5 most stressful events in a person's life are major illness or injury and job loss. Over the past several months, COVID-19 has continued to spread around the globe, causing massive changes to the way we conduct our daily lives. Many people have endured both major illnesses due to COVID-19, and too many people have experienced and continue to experience job loss. Such challenges can cause stress, confusion, and a significant burden on people. As the COVID-19 pandemic continues to evolve, and the government has ordered its staff to return to work, and the country has moved into phase 5 of the fight, the Bahamian people would like to know, what is the government's plan for moving the country forward? The COVID-19 pandemic has brought fast-moving and unexpected variables, some of which existing crisis plans were not prepared to handle. We should have, as a country, after 3 months, successfully developed an economic and health management plan specific to the crisis and to be looking ahead. We have had months to evaluate the state that we have found ourselves in, and we can all see clearly that we have relied entirely too heavily on tourism as our main source of income. Yet this government has not implemented an effective plan to diversify the economy to ensure that the Bahamian people are employed. There seems to be no focus on innovative economic diversification, only the continuation of rhetoric and blame the PLP. We must address the changing needs of our society and focus on the same for the months ahead. We must be able to mobilize during this time to stabilize in the new environment, and the government must be focused on strategizing for what's next. Madam President, I would like to repeat that because we must be able to mobilize during this time to stabilize in the new environment, and the government must be focused on strategizing for what's next. The Prime Minister in his speech went to great lengths to express his dissatisfaction that due to COVID-19, there was a considerable decline in the immunization rates. While ranting on the subject, the Prime Minister, who is now the Minister of Health, seems to forget that the plans to close other outpatient care facilities in Nassau and the Family Islands could be the reason for this. The many people with non-emergency issues that were not permitted to enter the medical facilities, and let's not forget the state of medical care on the Family Islands, where some patients had to sit under blue tarp in the scorching hot sun or in the rain to be seen by medical professional on the outside. Why would anyone like to endure that with their infants? Madam President, July 1st has come and gone, and we have opened our country and invited visitors. I can say that North Luther has seen a significant number of visitors on commercial airlines, private charters, and jets. While I am certain that many other Family Island destinations are no less popular for visitors, we ask the government again to state its plan for health care on the Family Islands. It is imperative that the government moves swiftly to ensure all islands are provided with proper staffing and facilities to provide at least proper primary health care should there be an exposure. The Prime Minister in his speech boasted of being proactive, yet no move has been made to protect the health of Family Island residents under his ministerial portfolio. We applaud this productivity and forward-thinking initiative. Madam President, I would like to ask the Minister with responsibility to confirm to the country that all clinics in the Family Islands have been provided with test kits and respirators have been purchased for each island. I am not aware of anyone being tested in the islands except for Grand Bahama, Bimini, and Nassau. It is imperative that the clinics are provided with COVID-19 PCR tests and continue to maintain the proper protocols in the case of infectious persons traveling to the Family Islands. The Family Islands is indeed a new commodity in this country, so we must be prepared. As I mentioned in my budget speech, we must ensure that our frontline workers remain safe as well. Madam President, no one has a monopoly for love for this country. The love that I share for this nation, I am sure is shared by many Bahamians near and far. I'm sure it is shared with government members and members on this side. So it grieves me to hear the other side insist that we should be working together out of one breath. And in the other breath, they ridicule the leader of the opposition and the opposition and berates the plans that we do not put forward in an attempt to work together for the good of all Bahamians.
Amen, brother.
You see, it is difficult to support the decisions of the government when they are not guided by scientific data, nor by any indication that these measures are in the best interests of the Bahamian people. Madam President, these emergency orders are continuing to place an excessive emotional and financial burden on the backs of the very people we are supposed to help. The government must understand that these protocols must make sense. They must be evidence-based. These are hard times, times when a compassionate government is most evident. Like my grandmother used to say, the proof is in the pudding. Before I close, Madam President, I would like to join other senators in thanking the COVID-19 task force, the health professionals, the frontline workers, the opposition leaders COVID-19 task force as well, for working hard towards this. I would also like to join in wishing everybody across this country a happy 47th Independence. I am proud to be Bahamian. I am proud to be from Eleuthera, and I'm proud to celebrate this time with everyone across this country. Madam President, march on, Bahama land. Thank you.
As many?
Madam President, I beg leave to move that the business of this House, the Senate, do continue beyond 1 p.m. This afternoon. If I may obtain a seconder.
Second.
I second.
It has been moved and seconded that the business of the Senate continue beyond the 1 p.m. hour. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The business of the Senate will continue beyond 1 p.m. As many.
Thank you very much, Madam President. Madam President and fellow Senator, I am delighted to be in this chamber this afternoon to stand and support this resolution to extend the state of public emergency order. I am particularly grateful to the Almighty God for His continued guidance and protection of myself. And I'm always thankful to the Most Honorable Dr. Hubert Minnis, Prime Minister, for reposing confidence in me as a senator of this chamber. 47 years ago, Madam President, I was a patient in Princess Margaret Hospital. Shortly after the birth of my first child, on the 9th, I was there. I was there from the 7th until I think the 12th. I spent about 5 days after delivery some weeks ago. And it was there that I saw the Union Jack load and the great aquamarine gold and black was lifted high. The nurses told me about that. They came to the bed and they let you know, and here was the radio at that time. And so I experienced, that was an experience. And henceforth, all the other ones I was available to celebrate. And it's not unusual today that I am delighted to be here. 47 years have passed and we are still marching. And so this 2 minutes brief presentation, I would dub it March On, Bahamaland. And so I thank all of those who had something, no matter how small and it was, towards independence. Our forefathers like Senator Casey Thompson said, ought to be proud because we stand on their heads, we stand on their shoulders for having laid the foundation in this wonderful Bahamaland. And so march on, Bahamaland, and happy 47th birthday, Bahamas. Madam President, I want to just mention a few things before I get to the short meet. One of them being the opening of the new refurbished local government office in Crooked Island. This past week, under the direction and guidance of the Chief Counselor David Daxon and his Deputy Colonel and the rest of the councillor, I congratulate them for having taken out of their small bounty that they are given each year, and they've set aside a little couple dollars here and a couple dollars there, and they were able to build from scratch on the grounds of the old teachers' residence a modern day council office, the first time in the history of the council since it started in 1996. And so I said kudos to Chief Councillor Daxon and his deputy Hasty and all of the other councillors who have borne the hectic atmosphere to produce a wonderful building. I say to them, march on and continue to march on. Madam, during I think it was sometime in mid-March that the emergency orders started. That is when the competent authority issued that we should begin lockdown / curfew, whatever, to sort of minimize what we didn't know then, but we know now what was ahead of us. I can say now that looking back, hindsight to me is better than foresight, because hindsight taught me that had we not done some things, some other things would have happened. And so I was a little bit hesitant when it first started. I told some persons that I am not at variance with my house, because I go to my house. I am very comfortable in the house. So lockdown is not, didn't pose a threat to me. I came from a small island setting, and well, we have space. It's not all the time that you see persons. You hear the cars or the truck passing by and the rest of them, and then you're happy when you see visitors. But so the event of being at home with your families and them is not new to me, and it was okay. Unlike some persons, they felt lost, but I can tell you it was a good thing. And the best of it, Madam President, was I was able, even though a lot of people talk about the church during that period and how they missed the church and then go, yes, I missed the wood and stone somewhat. But I was fed with manna from heaven every morning with the morning devotion coming from the various priests throughout this diocese. And my spiritual leader, in the person of Archdeacon Keith the Venerable Archdeacon Keith Cartwright, was instrumental in making sure that we, from the Anglican commune, was able to receive God's word throughout that period and even up to this morning. And so these are some of the positive things that lockdown, because I thank the Archdeacon, and I also thank our Lord Bishop, Bishop Lashford, because he has given directive to the diocese in that we should obey the laws of the land and the laws, the guidelines that was given to us by the competent authority and the medical officials. We were proud to be guided by what was delivered to us in terms of how we should maneuver during those, well, it still is, but not as severe as it was during those period post-COVID. We were authorized to keep our distances. At first it was 3 feet, and then it extended to 6. And then we were asked to continue to wash our hands, sanitize, and of course we were asked to wear masks at all times. And it appears, Madam President, that mask and distances will be the order of the day, as far as I can see. And it's almost mandatory now. If not mandatory, it's almost mandatory. And I thank God that not all, it was not all bad. It was not all negative. Even though some persons use the time, the curfews and the rest of them as being negative, it certainly wasn't negative. There were so many positive things that came out of that. It's amazing to see the amount of persons that made themselves available for manufacturing masks. And I was very elated when I last visited Crooked Island when the borders was open, and to see that some of my persons, at least one person was making hand sanitizer with the many aloe plants that we had in Concord Island, and that was most becoming to me, Madam President. It is a good thing that out of the lockdown, persons were exposed, persons' minds began to work and and everything seemed, people became more productive, I think, in that. So I'm trying to point out that all was not lost with that. I mean, despite some persons would lay off and had no job, some persons gained jobs, and they were self-gained by doing what they set out to do and not only looking towards the government to hire them or something like that. They're making their own livelihood, my grandmother would have said. I had an opportunity to view in sadness, Madam President, the recent graduating ceremony from all the various islands, the Bahamas, including New Providence, all the schools. I think it's some 193, to be correct. I stand to be corrected, but I think it's some 193 schools throughout the Commonwealth of the Bahamas. And it was amazing to see to the various schools what was happening, the opportunity for the principal as well as those who exceed, those valedictorian and the salutation, all of those persons were able to highlight on ZNS. That was good. I thank the Minister of Education, because what started as I could almost say as a guinea pig trial for the Family Islands, for the far-flung Family Islands, ended up as something that is useful throughout this pandemic. And so the viral schools, what started in jest as for the Family Island because of the lack of teachers, ended as something all over the usage in the Bahamas. I did say I commend the minister for his vision in that. And in the words of the late composer Timothy Gibson, it says, "March on, Bahama land." Madam President, I spent most of my younger years living with my grandmother, who was gone on to her great reward some many years ago. And I could remember one of her favorite saying was, "Prevention is better than cure." Now, I did not really appreciate or understand what that saying meant then. I understand it now, though. It's important that you could prevent something. It's called, in my island language, I was told that there's something called the sixth sense. And so the sixth sense is a prevention measure. So if you could prevent something from happening, so always say your foresight, you could prevent something from happening now, you could save. You could save. You don't have anything to cure because it's preventative. And I think that is what I should attribute to the most honorable, who was and still is the competent authority. It was not all about one person. It was not all about the officials, the health official that is, it was a concerted effort on the part of the competent authority and all others together to prevent COVID-19 from spreading throughout Bahama land. Hence the lockdown. Hence yes, some persons might have been uncomfortable. Some persons might have been, well, I don't like this kind of thing. I can't do this and I can't do that. That's fine. But at the end of the day, it was proven that the majority of behavior comply during this time. Hence, we can see what is happening in the world. I noticed Senator Clay Smithy spoke about the island. I haven't heard that his island has received any COVID. The same thing for my island. There was just a fraction within the so-called cities of the Bahamas, the New Providence, the Grand Bahama, and Bimini, which we consider the large, almost a city, or quite close to being a city. But the spread was minimum. And so we are thankful to Almighty God first, and we are also very, very thankful to the competent authority for having the wisdom and the vision for implementing or causing something to happen to prevent the spread. And I commend the Prime Minister. Unlike others, I commend the Prime Minister. I don't take away from a person what I really think you ought to give to them. It's commendable because there could have been any number of things that could have been done. But it proves that what was done made a situation in this Bahamas a little easier for all of us. In the words of our late Timothy Gibson, composer of the national anthem, a part says, "See how the world marks the manner of your bearing." I vividly recall I think it was the Gleaner, the Jamaican Gleaner, who complimented the Bahamas on the way they handle the handling of this COVID pandemic. And I think the world was watching us. I also think that we were an example for the world. Because when I looked at the situation to our neighbors nearby, it is not the same thing. You know, the great America has a lot of cases, and I think that was due to not doing what they should have done. In other words, not trying to prevent what was necessary at the time. And now they find themselves in a quandrum now that they have to the same thing that we did months ago. They are now just getting in some cases, not in all cases, in some cases, they're just trying to get their work done now. The mask and the social distancing, there was too much of that going on, and as a result, there are many, many cases. I understand. I think I noticed that yesterday they had some new cases, almost, if not more than 2,000, almost 2,000 cases yesterday. New cases, that is, in Florida. And so, you know, it's not easy. It appears that it's not easing up and all. And so it is necessary that we do things to prevent other things from happening. And so I am with the Prime Minister for closing. And the beach is a place I love. But I could take 3 days. That's not going to kill me. I could take 3 days. Senator Sawyer, I know you said you was going on the 3. I could take 4 days. I love the beach. But 3 days on a holiday, because I know what New Providence look like on holidays. I be around here a lot of times on holidays, and people flock to the beaches. That's one of our mantra. We flock to the beaches on holidays, and we have a lot of things going on, and that's not bad. But we are in a pandemic, and so the wise, competent authorities says, well, look, let's try keep this as it is, even though Grand Bahama just yesterday, after a long time, received have 2 additional, and according to the senator, it says it might have another 1, which is 3. But nevertheless, we must do everything in our power to help curtail this pandemic. I am happy to say that there are no developments in Family Islands. I don't think anyone should pat you back on the shoulders and sit back and say, I did it all. I'm not of that inclination, but I'm certainly happy for what is happening. And by all account, the Family Islands have been doing their part in observing the rules and regulations regarding this pandemic. I am saddened to see that in America, right next to us, I think over 500,000 persons have succumbed to the cold hands of death. That is not good. Huh? About 130,000. Oh, sorry. 500,000 people have been affected. I'm speaking about America, not the world. Not the world. Oh. Okay. I have 500,000. It's 3. I find that there's 3 million right in America has been affected, and many have died. Yes. And in the words of our Attorney General, our age, we must continue to be very careful. They say the 60 plus and the rest of them. And so persons in that area now, you get to a certain age, people just put you out to the pastor and says, what's happening. So we have to be thankful in this Bahamas that we have not yet reached that stage. Bottom line. But we must not rest on our laurels. We must continue to do our masks. We must continue to sanitize, wash your hands. We must continue to keep our social distances. We must continue to be a people of order. I always say where there's no order, there's chaos. And so I also must commend the persons who have taken the orders seriously and have done well in terms of how they handled the situation. I must almost, like senators before me, give kudos to the health officials, all of the health officials, all of those persons, officers who have worked during these times, all persons, some too numerous to call, but all those persons who have contributed to the lives of safety in this Bahamas, because that's what it's about, keeping safe and keeping healthy. And so, Madam President, all those who took measures to get us to where we are today, I salute them. And I say thank you to all of them. In closing, I want to say we should not make this a political thing. I agree with some senators that it's not political. It's not political to say to keep our distance. It's not political to attempt to save lives. You know, so we must not make it political. We must stand on one sure foundation and make sure that we say the same thing, because the Bahamian people really ain't worried but the politics of this. They're worried that their main concern, I should not use the word worry, their main concern is that we get over this and we get back to get our economy on track. We get to work, because a lot of persons lost their jobs, but I'm optimistic that that will work out, because we have been here before. And once we trust in God and work, you see, faith without work is still dead. And so we have to utilize our faith, and we also have to work, and so that we will gain whatever we lost. And like Job, we might be in a better position to be otherwise. And we need to minimize the risk. Stay off the beaches for 3 days only. And on that note, Madam President, having wished all of you a very happy and healthy 47th anniversary, I say to all and sundry, march on, Bahamaland. Thank you.
As many. Chair recognizes Senator Boswell Dean.
Madam President and colleagues, I'm going to try to speak through this mask, and I hope it will be picked up, because I would like to continue to observe the guidelines. I think I explained on my first occasion back that I'm high risk, so I may come across as a little paranoid, but I have need to be. Thank you again for the opportunity to address you. This is an exciting day to address the nation, as we are literally on the eve of our 47th anniversary. This is a celebration that, of course, we as a country are proud and always excited to enjoy. This particular celebration, my father, still to this day, when we are at national events, he will have tears to his eyes on the playing of the national anthem. And he cannot help but actually further shed tears at any national service as we sing, "I vow to thee, my country." So I have grown up with a profound sense of pride in our nation as an independent nation. And I've been raised with a sense of duty to serve. So congratulations, Bahamas, on our 47th anniversary. We are doing remarkably well for such a young country, and we should all be very, very, very proud. I rise, Madam President, in support of the continuation of the emergency orders. And as Minister Thompson would have indicated during his address, this decision or the need for emergency orders is one which causes debate around all tables, in all circles. And indeed, the only thing I would add to all the groupings that he listed is that it even causes debates within families, debates between husband and wives, you know, whether or not perhaps should it continue, but should this order be given? Should this be given? Should you be able to go to the beach, not go to the beach? And somehow along the way, we've all become experts at what we think is a necessary response to the COVID emergency. We have educated ourselves by watching news broadcasts around the world, and we all have a view on whether or not there's continuation of spread possible and what degree is necessary and how we should respond. That being said, we do have a competent authority in the Bahamas. We do have a COVID response team, and thus far, I am happy to report to the nation that they have done a phenomenal job in guiding us and keeping us safe. I have no hesitation of continuing to endorse their management of this crisis. I'm proud of my government. I'm proud of our people. As it has been noted several times in this hall, none of this would be possible without the cooperation of our people. And the people in the Bahamas have cooperated, and they have followed all guidelines. We were and are ahead of the world in many of these things, the steps that we took. And it's important for us to stay there. Let us stay ahead of the curve. Let us do what we must. Let us not catch the cold. I didn't say the virus, the cold and the attitudes of those to the north of us. Let us not become so embroiled with our civil liberties that we think because we've done well, I don't need a mask. Let's not catch that attitude, please. We have done extraordinarily well. Let's continue, please, to observe the guidelines that we must observe. These decisions, and I can tell you, having been fortunate enough, I don't know if I should say that because I started in December and we were in another national crisis by the end of February, early March, which if you were watching the news, you knew was coming from January. But I have been fortunate and blessed, and I am honored to be a part of this team. And I've been fortunate and blessed to sit in my own home during conferences with the parliamentary team and caucus. And I have been part of many heated arguments over the response. Arguments where when I saw certain colleagues in this place again, I'll say, Anna Faye Knowles, I have to say, man, we still cool, eh? Forgive me, as I got schooled in many a lecture that we Nassau people think we know how to run things for the Family Islands, and we want to run things for them, but they have a voice. So things got hot. It is not easy. People that suggest that the competent authority is having a good time or gleeful, this is a lot of stress. There's a lot of stress, and you have to listen to all sides and everybody arguing, and then you have to make a decision. And at the end of the day, because you are the competent authority, and it is you alone that make the decision, it's you alone that's going to have to live with it. It is not a decision or a position, I would posit, that many of us actually would want. Thankfully, thus far, it's gone relatively well. But God forbid this thing takes a turn and he would have to live with himself for hundreds, if not thousands, of people dying because of a decision that the competent authority ultimately makes. I suspect that that is what drives his decisions. The man is by profession and trade a doctor. He's not a politician. His base instinct is that of caring for people. His base instinct is an ounce of prevention is better than the cure. That's at his core. And so it is at his core and from there that he makes his decision. And that is probably what enables him to sleep at night, because he probably thinks, well, they could hate me today and hate me tomorrow, but I can wake up secure in myself that I did the best I could to ensure that hundreds, if not thousands, of my people didn't get sick. So while I would say that I think I understand the opposition's position, I think it's my view, and I suppose I'll be corrected by the leader of opposition business in this place if I'm wrong, but if I were to summarize their view, I think it's that they actually support the need for continuing emergency orders, but they have some quibbles about the way in which it was done. Has it been done properly, procedurally, correctly? They have some constructive criticisms or suggestions, in the words of my colleague, Senator Darville, and they'd like us to take those on board, and I'm sure that we will. And they have some concerns about the competent authority and his ability to exercise unilateral powers. As an attorney, and I think they also make it very clear that they accept the need to open the economy, and they accept that there are some attendant risks with that. So it's really that they're questioning, I suppose, the details, rather than that these things have to be done. It's really, are you doing it the right way? That's how I hear everything that they've had to say. And let me say this, as an attorney, I understand and I share concerns about the powers of the competent authority. I think anybody who has a legal background would share these types of concerns. You have given one man the unilateral power to make decisions on behalf of the nation. Anybody must be concerned, watch, guard, and protect that. For my part, I am actually satisfied that an emergency still exists in the Bahamas. As I've already indicated, I'm satisfied that to date it has been well managed. With respect to my concern about the unilateral power of the competent authority, namely the Prime Minister, that is why the orders require them to be renewed every month. Parliament has the power to check and balance what the competent authority is doing. And if Parliament feels that he has gone too far, and that includes his colleagues, I don't know what happens in the cabinet, but I know what happens in the caucus, and we already see Member of Parliament Simonet, Member of Parliament Hannah, there are objections around the table. Some of them have now gone public with some of these things. And so I'm saying to you that it happens. There is discussion and dissent. And if it ever comes to the point that he doesn't have the support, then we would not renew the orders. That's why there is a review at the end of every month. So thus far, I feel satisfied where we're at. And so what I wanted to add, though, is that while I fully support, as I've indicated, the continuation of the orders, I do have some concerns. Those concerns don't so much relate to the exercise of the powers in the emergency orders, but they relate more to the effect. When I first came to this place, I indicated that I had a particular interest in the youth. What has come to my attention, and what this is really a judicial matter that I would like to bring to the attention and hope that the judiciary will address. Since the passing of the emergency orders, the impact of this has been the closure of the juvenile court. How juvenile matters are being dealt with right now is that magistrates who are on rotation deal with any juveniles who come before the court. These magistrates are typically assigned with dealing with curfew violations and emergency order violations. This results in juveniles being taken before the courts in the full open view of the court. That is never supposed to happen. That is never supposed to happen. They are in full view, sight, and sound contact with adults who are not connected with their cases. In one case, a juvenile had his address, school name, and grade level published in the Tribune. That is a violation of the Child Protection Act. We have to address this. And like I said, this is a matter really that is for the attention of the judiciary and not the government. I propose that it is essential that the juvenile panel begin to meet immediately. What I would ask of the government to consider appointing a second juvenile panel and a temporary magistrate to deal with juvenile matters. I understand that there is currently a significant backlog. Under the Child Protection Act and the associated UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, a juvenile is entitled to have their matter dealt with expeditiously. It is very, very important. These rights have now been recognized by our Court of Appeal in the case RB, a juvenile, and the Attorney General. I am asking the courts to ensure that these matters are dealt with expeditiously. If it is that the panel must participate by way of conference calls or Zoom conferencing, then so be it. If it is that they must be separated and the court must be differently configured, then so be it. But whatever is necessary, please let it be done as a matter of urgency. The other matter that has arisen is that because juveniles are being dealt with by magistrates who are not familiar with the Juvenile Code and the Child Protection Act, they are being sentenced like adults for curfew and emergency order violations. This is also against the provisions of the Child Protection Act. It underscores the need to ensure that a juvenile magistrate or someone familiar with the interests of juvenile justice and the different sentencing provisions that are available to juveniles are hearing and disposing with these matters. So we have circumstances where there are children who have no jobs, they are students, and they're being fined for curfew violations. We, our firm, represent a juvenile who is serving 2 months at Simpson Pen because his family could not afford to pay the fine. Of course, as a child, he can't afford to pay the $200 fine. We also have a case where a juvenile was arraigned in the adult magistrate court and his file is being transferred to the juvenile court for when it opens. Again, during this time, he is chilling out at the Simpson Pen School for Boys. I shouldn't say it like that because this is serious. He is awaiting the time for his matter to be dealt with he's imprisoned. Children are not supposed to be imprisoned without due process and proper consideration of their matters as they relate to a child, not like an adult. The other issue which has arisen is that juveniles at the Simpson Pen Center for Boys and the Willamette Pratt Center for Girls have had no visitation or access to their parents and families during COVID-19. Children are not to be treated like adults. It's to complete lockdown of the facility is again an abuse of their rights under the UN Convention. Provisions, thankfully, we're not in a complete lockdown at this time, but I believe these restrictions are still in place. But we as a country need to ensure that we make provisions during lockdown for exceptions on the visitation of minors in the custody of the state. Ensure that there's proper social distancing or install plexiglass, whatever is necessary. So these young people have had to rely on phone calls or video calls, if of course their parents had minutes. Some of the children or young people in custody have had no contact at all with family members during this period. Parents are placed in a position of having to choose between feeding families and paying fines for their children. Our assistance for juveniles has increased during the COVID-19 for these reasons. Persons who would ordinarily be shorters can no longer offer to stand and sign someone's bail because they've lost their job or are unable to get a valid job letter from closed businesses. It's extremely important that as we go forward, that we take these matters into consideration. I wanted to draw attention to these matters in the hope that they will be immediately addressed. The reasons for these types of controls and different treatment is that the damage to a young person is long-lasting and severe without them being addressed. So it is my hope that these words will be heard by the necessary judicial authorities so that we can make the appropriate arrangements for our young people who have come into contact with the law. And pardon me, Madam President. Before I leave the issue of youth and begin to just wrap this up, I must say one more thing. I join with all the other senators who have warned the youth to please be careful. There is the feeling of that you're invincible to this disease or illness. And furthermore, and more importantly, the media to date has given the impression internationally that when young people catch this, they have some discomfort, but they're more likely going to recover and carry on smartly with their lives. The truth of the matter is this is a new disease. We do not know the outcomes and the fullness of it. But what is now coming to light, young people, please, and parents, for any degree of control you have over them, is that COVID-19 seems to have lingering effects on the human body. Some of them have been outlined by others here. I don't intend to repeat them. But what we don't want, we've talked about brain, organ damage, etc., chronic fatigue. What we don't want, and I really only know how to say this bluntly, young people, we don't want, and this country can't handle, a generation that will become wards of the state. In other words, we need y'all to be well-bodied citizens. We can't afford you to become sick and think you're going to get well by the hundreds, to only find that a lot of you may have some sort of brain impairment, organ impairment, whatever other type of impairment, and you're unable to function fully as a citizen and be productive. We are going through very hard times. We have already explained repeatedly that right now we're trying to get monies into the country. The country is not a place which can support people indefinitely. Be responsible to yourselves, please, and to your nation. Take all protection not to catch this virus. Do not have the arrogance to believe that you will just beat it. No one knows where this is going. So follow the guidelines. I'm not going to repeat them. Stay out of crowds, but follow the guidelines. I would wish to note that I would join with Senator Colby Davis in thanking the Department of Immigration for their work on the front line. But I also join her in her expression of concern about the protection of our borders. But I would ask that it be noted that it was announced, actually posted on the U.S. Embassy's Facebook page, that the relationship between the U.S., the Turks and Caicos, and the Bahamas, the BAT operations, are increasing specifically, well, they didn't say specifically, let me be exact, are increasing to protect the borders against smuggling, other things, but they noted against migration. And that's very, very important because that's right along the southern border. So I wanted to indicate that the Bahamas and the United States and the Turks and Caicos are working together on the seas to try to limit the migration of persons. That is with reference to the concern expressed about migration from Haiti as a hot zone. So, and that's, if you're interested in seeing the U.S. Embassy posts on that, as they indicated, it was on their Facebook page and posted on April 11th of this year. So, Madam President, I would just like to wrap up by again saying that I support the continuation of the emergency orders. I support the government in all of its actions to date in its response to the COVID emergency. I implore the judiciary to look at the issues concerning juvenile justice and to address those concerns as a matter of urgency. And I wish all of us a happy independence and implore all of us to be safe as we enjoy it. I would only add to what Minister Thompson said when he said, stay with your family, don't do this. He gave a list. I would say, or stay home. I would add to that, please, people, stay with your immediate household family. When he said that, stay, because he also gave the example about how he doesn't go to his Grammy. Stay with your immediate household family. Don't have backyard parties. I will recount one story that I heard from a US doctor on CNN for the American 4th of July. And this made an impression on me, and I hope it makes an impression on you. He said, when trying to tell people how seriously to take the virus, he said he would be having a backyard celebration, but his invitees were his immediate family, a few, including people that didn't live in his immediate household, so brothers and sisters, their family, and a few neighbors. They would stay outdoors. No one was to be allowed in the house. They would keep on their masks. They would observe social distancing and hand washing. And if it rained, the neighbors could walk home, and those that couldn't walk home were welcome to stand under the eave of his garden shed. But you couldn't come inside. That's an infectious disease specialist saying the extent to which he was going to protect his family. I invite you all to adopt the same measures. Don't have all kind of friends in your backyard, the music blaring, you're drinking, your mask off, you're talking, you're eating. Y'all don't do that. Don't do that. Let's not have sad tears at the end of the day. And God forbid, I always say to those who argue with me, oh, you want to take credit for it, it's your competent authority, it ain't your competent authority, it's this, it's that, or the next thing. I always say to them, well, you know what? I pray to God as we open up this country that you prove me right. And I'd be happy to know that it's actually that the spread ain't that good, but wide, or it's not this, or it's not that. I'd be happy to find out I'm wrong on this. But y'all, please don't test it. We don't need it. Be safe this independence. Happy independence. And thank you, Madam President.
Yeah. Right.
The chair recognizes Senator Mitchell.
Thank you, Madam President. I want to start off with where the senator stopped, but one paragraph, I think. And that's a question of independence. I wanted to say, obviously, happy independence to all Bahamians. I just finished a video note for a gathering in Bermuda tonight for the Bahamians who will be marking the anniversary up there. There's some 30 Bahamians. I think the association is headed by a former member of the House, Mr. Ron Pinder, who is working there in Bermuda. And I wish them a good celebration tonight. I should have been, would have been, had been, but for 1 year since 1998, celebrating with the people of Exuma for independence. And in several other forums, I have indicated my displeasure and disagreement with the fact that the public ceremony for independence has been canceled. I do not agree that a virtual celebration is sufficient for the celebration of independence. And I listened to the rationale, and this has to do with some of the separations that we have between the government and ourselves on the issue of these regulations and these powers which are being exercised under this current regime. I listened to the rationale. The rationale was COVID-19, and the rationale presumably is you're going to have large crowds in close quarters. But I saw juxtaposed to that, the same time this rationale was being advanced, I saw that the Royal Bahamas Police Force had a full passing out ceremony at the police college, complete with tents and people and an honor guard. And I don't begrudge them their passing out, but if I viewed the tape sufficiently, there was probably an absence of the masks that the senator was just talking about. But this happened 1 week ago, 10 days ago, if not more than that, certainly not more than that. And I think the people deserve their graduation, and that's fine. So I'm not criticizing that. But what I'm saying is, if it were possible for the police to do that, it's certainly possible for the government. And I could design a ceremony for you. The cabinet certainly could gather in Rawson Square and do some kind of public ceremony to mark this day. It is that important. That's my view. Well, that's fine, but this is the capital of the country, and the cabinet should, in my view, set the example, and that live function could be broadcast across the country. I do plan to go to Exuma in any event, so I hopefully, Lord spares life, will be there in Exuma tomorrow and join the people of Exuma, as I have for so many years, to just say a happy independence. And this all started for one thing, from one principle, and that is that in Nassau, we appear to treat the rest of the country as out of sight and out of mind. And I always felt that on Independence Day, each member of the cabinet should be tasked to go to one of the 26 centers of the country to lead the independence celebrations and to do the march past every year. And that, I think, is something that the governments should take on. Secondly, Madam President, I wanted to say something, since there was the fulsome praise by members opposite of their leader and the Prime Minister of the country, who is in this designation of law called the competent authority. And there was fulsome praise about his performance and what great things had been done to protect us and so on and so forth. And then at the same time, they said that we, my words, were lost souls by daring, as the senator said, to be on Criticism Avenue prancing. I did say to him across the table that Criticism Avenue is a 4-lane highway paved by an F&M contractor, and I ride on that asphalt road in a 4-wheel drive that is fully air-conditioned. But the more serious point is, I want to support the work of the Leader of the Opposition, who has assiduously fixed his mind on this issue. This is not an easy issue to deal with because health is an important issue for the country. And when the government represents to you that decisions that you take will live or die, no one defers from that easily. But I do not want the litmus test to be, because you make some public criticism of public policy, that suddenly that is unpatriotic or that it is political. And I often take issue with the whole question of people saying, don't make it political. Because to me, when you give that expression, and the Prime Minister did it a couple of times in some of the interventions he made in public, you're in fact making it political. In fact, the very first intervention in which it was said, we must all pull together, there was this line, we hope the opposition doesn't make it political. So that means if you open your mouth and say anything that differs from this or dissents from it, that is making it political. And then my answer is, so what if it is political? Politics is part of the system of the country. In fact, in the politics we discovered over, it's a good thing we discovered over the last few days here with the back and forth over these issues, that the Senate doesn't have proper records and how you record the public record of what is here. In fact, the whole thing probably, you can extend it to our House of Assembly. I looked today, Madam President, before we came here, the books. And I keep saying to myself, the people of the Bahamas in the 18th and the 19th century could publish the votes of the House of Assembly. We've got better technology, and we can't seem to record and publish the votes. Can't publish the votes. They're not even online, even with the technology. They're not even online. And the books themselves are in a state of disrepair. Some of them are falling apart downstairs because of the moisture and so on and so forth. And so there's a lot of work that has to be done in this project called Independence. And so that's one of the things that came out of the debate. People, in fact, Madam President, probably never paid any attention to this institution until they discovered that, yes, the resolution has to come here in order for it to be effective. They discovered that out of this exercise. And I tell people, and I did the math, and if my math is correct, that we are 0.004% of the population, the 16 of us. If you divide, you could check it, divide 400,000, divide 16 by 400,000, and I think you get 0.0004. And so we're that percentage of the population, which means that we are rare breeds. You know, only very few people get to be here. And when you're here, my view is you're supposed to use your voice for the purpose for which you are here. And don't apologize for that. Apologize for what? You know, there's nothing to apologize for. And it doesn't matter with me. I don't care what name you call me. I don't care if the decisions are against me. What I do know is that it is necessary for us to be heard. Once you hear me, fine, no problem. I'll meet you also out in the streets when the election takes place, and we'll settle it. And the other thing I've said to the other side is this. When elections take place, the election result is only a snapshot of what the people of the country felt on that day. It doesn't bequeath to you divine presence or divine whatever. It's only a snapshot of what happened, what they felt on that day. And it gives you the permission for 5 years to govern the country based on how people felt on that day. But it does not mean that you have to abandon public opinion, because you govern. You govern. It is the consent of the governed, like the Americans say, the consent of the governed. There was a criticism, Madam President, in one of the interventions about we saying the bars should be open. And somehow, because we said the bars should be open and should not be closed under the regulations, that there was some, my impression is that there was some moral negative to this. Well, first of all, alcohol is legal in the country, right? And I don't drink, but people have the choice to drink if they wish. Anyone who's over the age of 18 can lawfully imbibe alcohol. That's the first thing. But I want to put that statement in the context within which it was launched. And the context was this. If the supermarkets could be open with people accessing the supermarkets, bars are set up, where liquor shops are set up in a similar fashion. What we were saying is, what is the distinction, in fact, one from the other? That's all, just making that point. And so the same strictures that you could put in place for access to the supermarket, you could put in place for access to bars. Now, someone said, meaning wholesale selling of liquor. We're not talking about not congregation. We're talking about matching like with like. So that was the point. They are open now, but at the start they were not. And supermarkets were open. That's the context in which that statement was made. That's the context within which that statement was made. And so it's important to understand the context within which these things are done. My colleagues spoke today, all of them about civil liberties. And Senator Sweeting, in the run-up to the meeting that took place today, we often meet and discuss what it is we're going to say, who's going to say what, so on and so forth. Said something very interesting to me today. So what he can't understand is, how is it that people are so indifferent, my word, to the fact that their civil liberties have been suspended and seem just to be throwing off any argument about civil liberties. You know, it's baffling. At least it is important for us to raise the point. And you know, the loudmouth of civil liberties up in the north, not a single peep has been heard. Not a single peep about civil liberties. You know, all this rights and so on and so forth, and not a single word. And so the opposition has to say on behalf of the Bahamian public, are you sure you want to roll these things over like this? Are you sure? Have you calculated and made sure that the equation comes out in the balance that you want? That's the point. And what are we to say when repeatedly in this place, the Attorney General, in response to the interventions made by this side, in part, I suppose, adding to his own sensitivity on the point, said that he would make the necessary representations on the question of how penalties are being applied. That was done. And yet, last week, there's yet another story in the newspaper of a man, I presume a young man, at 4 o'clock in the morning, walking along the street at Paradise Island, 1 hour before the curfew, and he doesn't have a mask on. So the police stop him and ask him, what are you doing? His response, and this is according to the notes because he ultimately pleaded guilty, his response was, my father just put me out of the house and I'm walking along the road trying to find my head as to what I'm going to do. This is an hour before the curfew is up, but they arrest him and they take him to court that day and charge him for not wearing a mask outside the curfew. The magistrate fines the man $200. And I keep saying, something has got to be wrong with that. Something has got to be wrong with that. And so what is an opposition party supposed to say? We're just supposed to say, oh, that's great. The law is being applied and everybody must, of course we know the law is being applied. But you know what's been said in Dickens all the time about the law and what it is or what it can be. So I'm saying that's what we do. When we stand up here, that's what we do. And that is our patriotic duty. And the public is asking, when is this going to end? What's the end game? Are we going to just keep rolling this over every month? And just because you say so, we must say, okay, that's great. You know, you're doing a great job. When we know people are, the leader of the opposition said yesterday, are frightened out of their wits, not about this virus, but how they're going to pay the rent next week. You know, what food, you know, the requests of people like us are legion, for money, for food, for rent. I was fascinated talking to a businessman. He said during the time when the buses were not working, because he owns a gas station, and I was asking him about his volumes because I thought, well, in the absence of the bus service and everything, the gas stations must be making a killing. And he told me that his volumes had dropped by 50% since this happened. And he said what was happening was people would drive up to the gas station with a car full of people, 5 people, and to put in $5 worth of gas. And they would turn around to the 5 people in the car and say, okay, ante up. And each person would put $1, put the $5 worth of gas in the car. And this is how people were getting around in the absence of the bus. That is what happened. That's what I heard. So people are thinking, when is this going to end? And what are we going to do to make a living? And the economic forecasts just seem to be getting dire and worse and worse and worse. And there doesn't seem to be an answer for it. And then there's the panic mechanism. I had hoped that the minister, before he left, would address for the country the question of what is happening with the 2 cases in Grand Bahama who tested positive. I did my own inquiries. I understand that they're held, the individual, the illegal migrant is being held in the immigration lockup facility, which is in the C.A. Smith building in Freeport. But the question is, what is being done to allay, is that the word? Is that the correct word? Fears of the people who may have come into contact? Has the facility been sanitized? What is going to happen moving forward with the individual? And the treatments, if any, are necessary. And it comes back to one of the areas of separation we had earlier in our discussions here, which is, since we are in the Senate, this is a public place. They're ministers of the government here, and the convention is ministers are responsible to Parliament. So one expects that if ministers are here, ministers should say, this is what is happening. And I'm afraid, with due respect to the Attorney General, that it's not good enough to say Bahamas Information Services issued a statement. Bahamas Information Services is not the authority. Bahamas Information Services is an agent of the government. And we're asking, so to speak, direct from the horse's mouth, what are the facts? And the government should always know the facts. Can't say they don't know the facts. I've likened these debates, as I listened to this with the questions about our politics and whether we are patriotic enough and all the rest of it. And I said to myself, it's getting to be F&M and PLP like 2 ships sailing in the night. I'm going east and you going west. And it's dark and we just go in different directions. You say A, I say B, you say B. That's true, you might. But we have an experienced sailor, and he sails by the North Star, which has served generations and is proven to be unassailable as an agent for sailing. But when little children, when you're in school and your friend says something you want to hear, you put your hands in your ear and you say, so you can't hear what they say. You get the impression that's the government's response to us, blah, 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 blah. The Bahamian people can see what's happening in Serbia today, where people just get tired of this stuff. And I've said this before, Madam President, about bringing the people along with you. There's only so much coercion that can take place. And the authorities in Serbia have been begging people, please stay out of these public gatherings. The same things that we've said here, because of the danger. Right, exactly. So, but the result has been a tremendous pushback because people are simply tired of it, and that's always the danger of all of these things. So, what we say is we cannot support the extension. We oppose the extension. We will abstain on the vote as we did the last time. The opposition has had its say on this matter. I want to thank my colleagues for elucidating again all of the issues. And I think they've said them quite clearly. I told Senator Jo Beth Colby Davis of my pride in the address she made was almost like the old days when I was a journalist in at the Broadcasting Corporation. Used to be watching these the founders of our country. That's true, I was watching the founders of our country debate the great measures of the time, and it always fascinated me that when this was Sir Lyndon Pindling and his cabinet, when an opposition member got up and made an allegation about something specific happening in a ministry or a government department, the speed with which the government responded to find out what were the facts on that issue. And before the House was finished, the minister would have a response to that on the facts. That's how the parliament's supposed to function. And she, as a senator, was able to ferret out that information today about what is happening with customs. And so the public got to know that as an issue. And that's what we do. That's our job. That's our job. And the government's job is to tell us what the facts are. The prefix that goes before our names is honorable. So Senator, the Honorable. I know people have this fashion of calling backbenchers in the lower house the Honorable so-and-so, but they don't have that designation. That designation belongs to the people who are in this place. And ministers carry the Honorable as well. But all, whether in House or in the Senate, are honorable members within the precincts of those bodies. So when someone asserts something, and I hear all the time the question of we must bring proof, prima facie, any senator or member of parliament who asserts something as an honorable person puts his honor on the line. Puts his honor on the line. And that honor can always be rebutted by evidence to the contrary. So that is how we operate. That is how we operate. And I understand the jocularity, but it is a point which has not been lost, whether in government or opposition. And I can speak personally to having operated in that manner. I know people who call me all kinds of things, crooks and so on and so forth. And I remember as a minister, someone asking me about facilitating there was some issue at the passport office with passports. And so, I said to the staff, what has it got to do with the fact that the fellow opposes me politically? What has that got to do with it? You're either entitled to the document or you're not. And the rules are the rules. And that's all I want this government to perform at that level. The rules are the rules. Everybody is entitled to be treated properly under the rules. And I would just end with this remembrance. On Independence Night, Eve, which would have been the 9th, when the ceremony took place at Clifford Park, I guess that was 1973, so I guess I must have been 20 years old or so. Yeah, this is summer. I would have turned 21 in October, so I was 20 years old. And I remember lots of things about the evening and the excitement of it, because the order of the day for us as high school students in our country was whether the great debates of St. Augustine's College and all the schools was whether the Bahamas could actually be an independent country. And for us to actually see that take place was just an amazing thing for us. But two things. Sidney Poitier, who is now 93 years of age and in comfortable health in California, just spoke with his family last couple of days ago. So I want to wish him well on this anniversary. He's a man I greatly admire. But he was like the last person to show up at this event. And, you know, he was at the height of his popularity then as an actor. And so Clifford Park is in darkness, except for the lights on the field. And he enters the field from the west, and he's walking around the perimeter until he gets to the platform. And as he's walking around the perimeter, the crowds are going crazy because, you know, they see him and he's cheering, right? And so my friend who's standing next to me and I are saying, look at him, he's, you know, the great star making the grand entrance. He told me later on when I repeated that story to him that actually he was lost because nobody told him where to go. he was just trying to find his way to the platform. But when the flag came down, two people standing next to me was Cyril Stevenson on the left and Eric Wilmot on the right. I think Eric must have been the managing editor of The Guardian at the time. He's from Fox Hill. And Cyril Stevenson, of course, founded the PLP and then directed the Bahamas Information Services. And I thought the two of them were in tears because this was such a moving event for them. And they were the founders of the country in a sense because they helped build the place. And it was just a glorious night. And I remember it. And I would commend to the government to never again let us have a situation where we don't actually physically mark the day for our kids to see it and to remember the generation that went before us. Thank you. Blessings to you all.
Thank you. As many. Chair AG.
Yeah, thank you, Madam President. I would just simply like to commend all senators on the quality of their, it's okay, thank you, of their contributions to the debate today. And to say that I think that the only point that I would feel the need to respond to was from one of our senators, but only because of the public interest in the matter, and not to say that she's wrong. She's quite right. Senator Boswick-Dean's issue in terms of raising the condition of the juvenile panel is one that is shared by this government and by this minister. We've been making plans to adapt the building called the Yandy Building, which is on Thompson Boulevard, where presently occupied by the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions and the Case Management Section. And as soon as that is vacated, hopefully by the end of this month, then we will make the steps to address that problem with young people so that there isn't a continual problem. Only suffice it to say the juvenile panel has been there since South Street was put up, but it's time to move it. On that note, Madam President, I would allow the question
The resolution, whereas pursuant to Article 29(1) of the Constitution, the Governor General may make a proclamation of emergency declaring that a state of public emergency for the purposes of that article exists in the Bahamas. Now therefore be it resolved that this chamber approves the continuance of the proclamation made on the 29th day of June, 2020 until the 31st day of July, 2020. Affirms the continuance in effect of the Emergency Powers COVID-19 Pandemic Regulations 2020 made on the 29th day of June 2020 and until the 31st day of July 2020. affirms the continuance in effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic order 2020 made on the 30th day of June 2020 until the 31st day of July 2020, and affirms the continuance in effect of the emergency powers COVID-19 pandemic special provisions order 2020 made on the 30th day of June until the 31st day of July 2020. It has been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Aye. All those opposed? Nay. The ayes have it. The resolution is passed.
May I request that it's recorded that we abstained from the three members of the opposition?
Sure.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes.
Please proceed to adjourn. Second, aye. Thank you.
No, back to the stage. Discharge of select committees, notice for future meetings.
Madam President, I rise to renew all matters in the name of the government on the agenda. Notice.
Yes, sorry, Madam President, may I renew the notice of standing in the name of the opposition, please?
Okay. Orders for clerk. Adjournment.
Madam President, I beg you not to move that the Senate's on its rising be adjourned sine die, if I may obtain a seconder.
Madam President, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that the Senate on its rising be adjourned sine die. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The Senate is adjourned.
Madam President, I move that the Senate be now adjourned.
The Senate is now adjourned.